Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to wait a few minutes for Councilor Hidalgo Faring to get here. She's probably leaving a meeting and rushing over, so we'll just wait a few minutes.
Testing, testing, testing. Go ahead and turn it up, turn it up, turn it up if you need to. Yeah, all right, wonderful. So testing, testing. Okay, perfect.
Testing, testing. So Councilor Hidalgo Faring's about 5 minutes out. We are going to go ahead and start because it'll take us 5 minutes to get through the first part anyway. So I would now like to call the October 10th, 2023 Longmont City Council regular session to order. The live stream of this meeting can be viewed at the city's YouTube channel, longmontpublicmedia.org/watch, or on Comcast channels 8 and 880. Can we have a roll call, please, Dawn?
Mayor Peck.
Present.
Councilmember Hidalgo Faring. Councilmember Martin.
Here.
Councilmember McCoy.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez.
Here.
Councilmember Waters. Here. Councilmember Yarbrough.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Let's stand for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So as a reminder to the public, anyone wishing to speak on the Bond Farm item, which is 10B, will have the opportunity to do so during the second reading and public hearing only. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes, and one person may not give or assign their time to another. Only Longmont residents and employees of the City of Longmont may speak during first call public invited to be heard, which is item 8, and must sign up on the list prior to the start of the meeting. Persons wishing to speak on a specific, and this is the Bond Farm, second reading or public hearing item are asked to add their name to the speaker list for the specific item prior to the start of the meeting. Anyone may speak, and no sign-up is required to speak during final call public invited to be heard. Item 13. May I have approval of the September 12th minutes? Councilor McCoy.
I move the September 12th minutes as presented.
Can I have a second? Okay. Councilor McCoy moved the September 12th minutes, seconded by Councilor Waters. Let's vote. Yeah, okay. Can we have a verbal, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? That passes 6-1 with Councilor Hidalgo Faring absent. Can I have a motion for the September? It was a 6-0 with her. 6-0, I'm sorry. Thank you. It was it passed 6-0 with Councilor Hidalgo Faring absent. Now can I have a motion for the September 26th meeting minutes?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilor Waters, seconded by Councilor McCoy. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So that passes 6-1 with Councilor Hidalgo Faring absent. Do we have any agenda revisions, Dawn?
I do not have any.
Thank you. Do we have any submissions of motions to direct the city manager to add agenda items to future agendas? Seeing none, we'll move on to the city manager's report.
Yes, Mayor, Council. So on the 10/24 meeting, as we're moving through the budget items, we do have some budget items that are specifically related to the Longmont Urban Renewal Authority. And so those items were put in general business at the end of the meeting, but as we know, the board's reconstituted and we now have members from other organizations. So we wanted to see if you wanted to keep it at the end of the meeting or if you wanted to start the meeting at 6:30 so we could get the urban renewal items. And that way they're not here through the remaining part of the meeting before their items.
So that would be after our special reports and presentations?
No, it'd be before convening the city council meeting. So we would convene the Longmont Urban Renewal Authority meeting at
On the 24th?
On the 24th at
Okay.
6:30, we would finish that meeting and then convene the city council meeting.
Okay. Is there any discussion on this? Can I have a motion then, or do we just need a direction?
Just directions. fine.
Direction. It's fine with me. All those who agree to moving the Lura meeting at 6 o'clock on
6:30.
6:30 on 10/24, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay. Now we have a special report and presentation. It is the Medal of Valor presentation to Officer Justin Hill and Citizen Service Citation presentation to Sammy Stewart and Aussie Carrera. May I have Deputy Satter present the Medal of Honor? Deputy Chief Satter?
Oh, just chief.
It says Deputy Chief Satter on my agenda.
Thank you. Good morning, or good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Chief Satter, the Chief of Police Services. Today, I have 2 awards that we're giving out. And it demonstrates that we have a great community. Love a band in our community, or love of persons in our community, people that are willing to risk their lives, both police officers and citizens, to help one another. So I'd like to invite Tammy Stewart up and Officer Justin Hill up. Yes.
While they're coming up, I would like to note that Counselor Hidalgo Faring has joined us on council.
So I'm going to read a brief description of what happened that night. We released a video from this. It was pretty amazing. You may remember it. On September 2nd, at approximately 2:05 a.m., Tammy Stewart heard the sound of a crash and went outside to investigate. When she got outside, she discovered that there was a car on fire that had crashed into a tree. She called 911. Officer Justin Hill responded and arrived within about 3 minutes of the crash. Officer Hill had his body camera on and his in-car camera on, and that's some of the video that we captured from this incident. When he arrived, the engine compartment was engulfed. He tried to put it out with his fire extinguisher with no success, and there was a person trapped in the car. As the passenger of the vehicle, he was pinned in the car under the glove box. They were trying to remove him from the driver's side. All this while the car was on fire. Tammy and Justin and Ozzy all continued to work on that car even though it was on fire. And you can see the flames in the video. You can hear the individual screaming that he's burning. As you can imagine, he was trapped. He was fearful, and he was very concerned that he was going to die in a fire that night. Justin, Tammy, and Ozzy continued to work on the car. They eventually pulled the window frame down and bent it, and then reached in and pulled the individual from the vehicle. And it took several tries. They couldn't just get him right out. They got him out on the ground. Tammy's a nurse, so after they got him out, she rendered care until the fire department got there. And within moments, the whole car was completely consumed in flame. It's pretty dramatic. I have the video, but it's almost too gruesome to watch with the screams and everything. But we're very proud of Justin Hill, Tammy, who's a citizen, who didn't need to do this, but she ran down there and helped a fellow human in our city. And that makes me very proud for both of them. I'm glad they could be here today.
It makes us all very proud.
On September 1st, 2023, you came to the aid of Longmont Police Officer Justin Hill as he was working to extricate an individual trapped inside the vehicle that was fully engulfed in flames. Without regard for your own safety, you helped pry open the heavily damaged driver's door, allowing the person to be pulled to safety. Upon significant dangerous and stressful circumstances, you willingly assisted Officer Justin Hill in saving another person's life. Your exceptional heroism, the Longmont Department of Public Safety is proud to award you this Citizen Service Citation. On September 1st, 2023, Officer Justin Hill responded to the 2000 block of Clover Basin on a call of a vehicle accident. Upon arrival, Officer Hill witnessed a single vehicle fully engulfed in flames with an individual trapped inside. Officer Hill displayed selfless and decisive action as he worked to extricate the person by prying open the heavily damaged driver's side door. Officer Hill responded with one of great heroism, and his efforts are credited in saving this individual from a terrible, life-threatening situation. For his exceptional bravery in saving another person's life at the risk of his own, Officer Justin Hill is hereby awarded the Medal of Valor.
And Medal of Valor is one of our highest awards in our police department. And
Congratulations.
we do a picture.
Yes, but I was wondering if we could do a different picture with us lining up behind you so that since we have a citizen who did this, I would like everybody to be in this picture. So if Marika, if you could come over here and film it the other way with all of us.
And I'd also like to invite Tammy's parents and in-laws down, and then
Yes.
Justin's family down, also his wife and his kids.
Fantastic. So, would the residents mind standing up as well? I think this is amazing.
Over on that side?
Jeff, I love it that you carried it like this. Did you get as emotional as I do?
Breaks me up every time.
I'm just leaning on it. All right. Cheese. 1, 2, 3. One more. And one more with everybody in the room. Smile.
Oh.
Thank you, everybody. That was really fantastic. So I see on this first call, public invited to be heard, I don't see anything that has item 10B on it. So if you are here, please excuse yourself for the Bond Farm, please excuse yourself from this first list. The first one is Eric Wallace. Remember that you have 3 minutes. We need your name and address. Where'd he go? No, it says Eric Wallace. Do you have another sheet?
Oh, that's the Bond Farm list.
Oh,
That's for,
no, Eric, you're not up yet. Hang on.
It's this guy.
Tom Smith. Thank you, I pulled the wrong sheet.
Thank you, Mayor Peck, City Council. And I would be remiss if I didn't congratulate the officer and the nurse. As the son of a devout Catholic mother who was an ER nurse for 40 years, I'd be damned for the wrong place if I didn't congratulate them on her behalf also. I'm very proud of them. I also intended to congratulate and thank some Next Light staff and the Martin Street Recycling Center person and the gentleman who changed our street lamp about a month ago for a very nice job. I think a lot of other people go unrecognized and appreciate their efforts. I have two primary purposes in being here this evening, and they both center around annexations and development concerns. Very simply, I would ask that the City Council consider that the document known as Envision Longmont and any enabling council actions from that document be rescinded until it can be redrafted with the best interests of our city in mind. Secondly, I ask that you immediately enact a moratorium on all proposed annexations and development projects until Envision Longmont and related codes can be realigned with Longmont citizens and long-term considerations for all residents. I believe there are many reasons. I will not enumerate all of them. I have prepared a list of experiences that I've had in the last 18 months that I'll give to the city clerk. Quickly, there are, I think, I only itemized 48 of them that she can share with you that range from a variety of things that clearly show that this document opened the floodgates and very much favor developers and exclude almost any input for citizens. The input, the chance to support and defend positions does not exist. For example, the contractor that the city used to write most of Envision Longmont contains contradictions to another document written by a gentleman from Clarion that suggests that some of our zoning steps may have been done incorrectly. I posed that to the Planning and Zoning Group and to the Director of Planning Services back in April and a couple more times. There are numerous other examples that could be cited and gone through. I, for example, live near another development that will remain anonymous, but that has experienced half a dozen references to Envision Longmont where we're inaccurately described as an area of change, where on page, I think it's 92 in Envision Longmont, we're identified as an area of stability. There is no opportunity to rebut these kinds of errors and misinformation. You will remember in January of 2023, I believe it was, I cited for you in a council meeting that you would approve for annexation a mailing address that was not in the city limits, and none of you responded or answered. That document that you supported no longer exists in the city records. There is no record, public record. It has been edited out.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mary Lynn. Is Mary Lynn? Oh, there she is. Hi.
Hi. My name is Mary Lynn, and I live in the historic East Side on Atwood Street. And I, until this moment, didn't know of the existence of a person named Tom Little, I believe it is, but I'm speaking on the same topic. Shortly after myself and my husband moved to Longmont, in 2016, we got engaged with the civic process, and we attended as many of the Envision Longmont sessions as we possibly could. And from the beginning, it was very clear that this was anything but a local self-determination process. In fact, in my subsequent study of regional planning, it's become clear that the document was forced on us in what's called a Delphi process, where leading questions are used to get to a predetermined agenda. And I said that to the member of this council who was presiding over that process during that time. I've since spoken to many members of city council and city staff since then and heard that many thought that it was a process that begins with an SH and ends with show. That 180-page document is designed to push what's called transportation-oriented development with densification along transportation routes. Not one person of the many citizens that I spoke to, residents, at that meeting, wanted any of that. That came from elsewhere. It did not come from here. And that document has been used in a manner that is shoving down the throats of many neighborhoods things that those neighbors do not want, including the massive rezoning of the entire city, which caught many neighbors by surprise and neighborhoods because they never imagined that something as insidious as what happened had occurred. And I fully concur with Tom and the various residents of this city who are very concerned. You know, you guys have upset the whole city. It's not just one neighborhood here. It's not just Kanemoto Estates. It's not just the one that shan't be mentioned until later in the meeting. That document needs to be rescinded, and you need a ground-up citizens process to decide what we want. That doesn't start with presuppositions put out by Clarion like the city has to double in size and we need to develop the transportation cores. Scrap it and start over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Doug Jones.
Good evening, Mayor Peck and council members. I'm Doug Jones. I live on Sherman Street in the Bond Farm neighborhood.
No.
That's just where I live.
No. What is your address?
243 Sherman. I'm talking generically about development process and on the tails of actually what these two are speaking about.
Well, I am asking you to wait then until the Bond Farm issue comes up.
Okay, I mean, it's not in my context here is not in relation, it is in relationship to the Bond Farm because it is development, but it is only in relationship to it because it is about the development process.
Okay, as long as you stay away from.
I do stay away from the Bond Farm.
Going to listen very carefully.
Okay, I'll be careful. So I believe that we can improve the development process in Longmont and specifically infill development. That issue, and the issue is that not all the investors are represented in the process fairly, and in a significant amount of deference is given to the vision of the individual developers over the needs of the city and the surrounding communities. In many communities in Longmont, and especially in Old Town neighborhoods, you have people who, like my family, have had to strategically plan and use their real estate to get to the neighborhood and home that they want. We started out renting in the 200 block of Lincoln Street, and then we bought a rundown home near Collier Park and fixed it up. Then we bought another rundown home where I live now on a larger lot, expanded on it, and continue to improve our property. We were able to do this because the neighborhood is stable, has seen steady growth, and the zoning has remained consistent in that area. We were able to do this because the neighborhood held the potential in its infrastructure. Half a block away from us where we used to rent, the neighborhood was stable, but zoning has gone from 6 units an acre to 8 to 18 in the span of 15 years. It has now been labeled an opportunity zone, a designation to assist blighted areas to be upgraded, and an area of change with further signals development that the city would like to see this area grow exponentially. What is being missed here is that the homes in these areas are currently priced below the attainable housing level of the current median income of Longmont. In fact,
So I'm going to stop you right there. It sounds like you're getting very, very close to what we need to be talking about on 10B.
okay. If you need
Thank
to.
you. Seeing no one else on the list, I'm going to close first call public invited to be heard. We are now on our reading of first ordinances. Dawn, would you mind reading these into the record?
Absolutely, Mayor. The ordinances on this agenda will be on public hearing and second reading on Tuesday, October 24th, 2023. Item 9A is ordinance 2023-52, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the city of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2023. Item 9B is ordinance 2023-53, a bill for an ordinance extending the period during which the Longmont Downtown Development Authority may allocate and collect in the Downtown Development Authority Tax Increment Fund a portion of property taxes. 9C are the 2024 budget ordinances. Ordinance 2023-54, a bill for an ordinance fixing and levying taxes upon the real and personal property within the city of Longmont for the year 2023 to pay budgeted city expenses for the 2024 fiscal year. Ordinance 2023-55, a bill for an ordinance fixing and levying taxes upon the real and personal property within the Longmont Downtown Development District for the year 2023 to pay budgeted expenses of the Longmont Downtown Development Authority for the 2024 fiscal year. Ordinance 2023-56, a bill for an ordinance adopting the budget for the city of Longmont for the year 2024. And ordinance 2023-57, a bill for an ordinance making appropriations for the expenses and liabilities of the city of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1, 2024. Item 9D is ordinance 2023-58, a bill for an ordinance repealing and reenacting Chapter 15.02.110 of the Longmont Municipal Code on public and common private improvement review, construction, and acceptance. Item 9E is Resolution 2023-79, a resolution of the Council of the City of Longmont, Colorado, finding that the petition for annexation of a parcel of land located in Boulder County, State of Colorado, known as the 11386 East Rogers Road annexation, generally located in the southwest quarter of Section 2, Township 2 North, Range 69 west of the 6th PM, Prime Meridian, thank you, substantially complies with the Colorado Revised Statute, Section 731-12-107, Paragraph 1. And 9F is accept the Sugar Factory and Steam Sub-Area Plan.
Thank you, Don. Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. At the request of a resident, I would like to pull item 9C1 from the consent agenda for a question.
Okay, seeing no one else in the queue to pull an item, would you mind making the motion?
The rest of the consent agenda, that is, accepting 9C1.
Okay, the consent agenda has been moved by Councilor Martin and seconded by Councilor McCoy minus C1. Let's vote. Mine doesn't come up, so, sure. I am, yes. What are the rest of them, because I can't see it? Did it pass? It carried unanimously, thank you.
Because that shouldn't look like that.
I know. There we go. We're at ordinances on second reading, so that passed unanimously. I'm sorry, my screen, it seems to be refreshing. Okay, got it. So that passed unanimously. We're on ordinance on second reading and public hearing items on any matter. The first one is A, 2023-51, a bill for an ordinance to approve a long-term water supply contract between the City of Longmont and LWM Washout LLC. Are there any questions from council on this ordinance? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 2023-51. Is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on this? Seeing no one? There was one person signed up, I believe, Mayor. On that one? Yeah, okay. Mary Lynn? Are you still interested in commenting on this ordinance? It is 2023-51, a bill for an ordinance to approve a long-term water supply contract. Okay.
Good evening, Council. Mary Lynn, as before, Atwood Street. Everything you're trying to do is tainted by Envision Longmont. Anything you try to do to ensure our future here, like ensuring the water supply, is tainted by the rapid and rampant levels of growth and numbers of people and businesses that use water in the course of their manufacturing or taking care of their employees, is tainted by the fact that you are allowing Longmont to grow to levels that nobody but some developers and realtors wanted. So this bill, to ensure our future water supply, means that we have to secure a giant amount of water that's far more than what should be if people were living here the way that we moved here to live, which is in houses on reasonable sized lots with wide, comfortable streets. So you need to bear that in mind. What I would really like to ask this council to do is to stop making any major decisions until you, like this, until you've revised Envision Longmont. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Seeing no one else, I'm going to close the public hearing on 2023-51. Can I have a motion?
I move ordinance 2023-51.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez, seconded by Councilor Martin. Let's vote. And that passes unanimously. We are now at B 2023-43, a bill for an ordinance amending section 14.06.010. No. So I have three ordinances on here. 2023-43 is a bill for an ordinance amending section 14.06.010.
I'm sorry, Mayor, that's probably
Is this a typo? Okay, we are now at C 2023-50, a bill for an ordinance conditionally approving the 1313 Spruce Avenue Concept Plan Amendment, generally located at the southwest corner of Grant Street and Spruce Avenue. We do have a presentation on this, so we'll have that before we have any comments.
Good evening, members of council. My name is Jennifer Hewitt-Apperson. I'm a principal planner with Planning and Development Services here with the City of Longmont. So this is a public hearing for a concept plan amendment at 1313 Spruce Avenue to allow for development of up to 70 residential units consistent with the residential mixed neighborhood or RMN zoning district and a 0.85 acre park to be dedicated to the City of Longmont. This property was annexed in 2005 and has been through a couple of iterations of the concept plan. This proposed concept plan amendment is before you this evening because it is part of the annexation agreement for this property, and as such, any changes require council approval. This concept plan amendment was the subject of 2 public hearings before the Planning and Zoning Commission, which ultimately recommended approval in a 6-to-1 vote on August 23rd. So the subject property is located on the south side of Spruce Avenue between Grant and Francis Streets and is currently zoned RMN, consistent with surrounding properties south of Spruce. The north side of Spruce Avenue is zoned residential single family or RSF. Properties immediately to the west are a part of a county enclave. So for historical context, this area of the Bond Farm neighborhood south of Spruce Avenue has had some form of mixed or medium density residential zoning for at least the last 30 years. The purpose of the RMN district is to establish and preserve mixed-density residential neighborhoods to accommodate a variety of housing types with a permitted density range of 6 to 18 units per acre. The maximum permitted density in the RSF zone to the north is 8 units per acre. Another item to mention is that the maximum building height in both of these zoning districts is 35 feet. The applicant proposes to meet this standard on the site interior while limiting height to 2 stories on the northern and eastern portions of the property. The proposed concept plan amendment for up to 70 units on 5.89 acres translates into a maximum density of 11.96 units per acre, which is well within the allowable density range for the residential mixed neighborhood zoning district. For context, the maximum allowable density of 18 units per acre would translate into approximately 106 units for this property. At this time, the applicant is not seeking any variances or to any code requirements at this time. So the proposed plan under consideration this evening has evolved through the development review process and public hearing process in an effort to respond to community concerns as well as to staff concerns. The applicant originally proposed 76 townhomes on the property that would meet the standards of the RMN zoning. This number was reduced to 70 units following the required neighborhood meeting. Prior to Planning and Zoning Commission, staff did recommend that the easternmost units be limited to 2 stories in order to provide a more gradual transition in height from predominantly single-story homes on Grant Street. So following the initial June 21st Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing, the applicant expanded on staff's original condition by creating a 100-foot transition zone along Spruce Avenue and the easternmost portion of the property where development would be limited to single-family homes and duplexes that would be no more than 2 stories in height. This transition zone is circled in yellow. Higher density residential uses such as townhomes or small multifamily buildings would be limited to the interior of the property. Up to 30% of the units along Spruce Avenue could be live-work units, though that would require additional approval as a conditional use by the Planning and Zoning Commission. That said, they would still be limited to 2 stories. So staff conducted additional data analysis to better understand existing conditions in the Bond Farm neighborhood for purposes of evaluating neighborhood compatibility, which has been a key issue raised by community members. The 2 areas of this analysis are density and building types. When looking at density on a block level in this neighborhood, it's clear this is not a homogeneous neighborhood. Blocks in the RSF zone to the north range from 4.35 to 8.3 units per acre, while blocks in the RMN zone range from 6.25 to 10.96 units per acre. This additional analysis does demonstrate that the proposed maximum density of 11.96 acres under consideration here is not substantially higher than existing block level densities in the neighborhood. So in addition to the density analysis, staff also looked at existing building types in the neighborhood. The RSF portion of the Bond Farm neighborhood does exclusively contain single-family homes, with the exception of 1 commercial property on 3rd and 3 permitted accessory dwelling units. The RMN portion, on the other hand, which is this section south of Spruce, is quite diverse. Of the 155 parcels in this portion of the neighborhood, 20% of the buildings are something other than single-family. Duplexes do make up the vast majority of these buildings, though there are a couple of 2 to 4 unit apartment buildings and 1 condominium parcel within this portion of the neighborhood. So in terms of Envision Longmont, we've heard a little bit about that. This property is designated mixed neighborhood in the Envision Longmont Comprehensive Plan. A range of residential uses are permitted in this plan category, including single-family residential, townhomes, and smaller multifamily buildings. Supporting non-residential uses are permitted as secondary uses, some of which would require additional approval as a conditional use. The proposed residential uses and density under consideration here this evening are consistent with the standards in the mixed neighborhood plan category. Additionally, Envision Longmont does encourage infill and redevelopment, particularly in identified areas of change, such as the Bond Farm neighborhood. Additionally, Envision Longmont identifies a need for more diverse housing types in these areas of change, as well as mixed neighborhood designated areas. It also encourages the type of compact development proposed tonight. So Envision Longmont does seek to ensure that infill development and redevelopment is designed to be sensitive to and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood context, providing transitions in height, scale, mass, and intensity along the shared street frontage or lot lines. Again, consistency with this particular policy is a major issue for debate regarding the proposed concept plan. As previously noted, the applicant has revised their plan to include a transition zone along Spruce Avenue and the eastern portion of the property where density and height would be limited to provide this transition. This revision, again, it expands on the condition that staff originally recommended that heights on the eastern boundary be limited to 2 stories. So a little bit more historical context for this property. The Longmont City Council approved a concept plan amendment for this property in 2020. A side-by-side comparison of the approved 2020 plan and the proposed plan does offer a useful perspective. The 2020 plan on the left did propose fewer units than the current plan under consideration, but would definitely introduce some different housing types to the neighborhood, including a multifamily building that would dominate the Spruce Avenue frontage. It also only provided 1 point of access onto Spruce. In addition to including a second entrance onto Spruce Avenue, the currently proposed plan shifts the denser residential types to the interior of the property and would limit development adjacent to Spruce in the eastern portion of the property to less dense single-family homes and duplexes. This is the opposite approach from the approved 2020 plan. So one thing to note in terms of the level of detail in these plans is that the Planning and Development Services Department has shifted to a more bubble plan approach for concept plans because the types of engineering and site planning work that would dictate specific building and infrastructure locations is not typically done until a project is at the preliminary plat or site plan stage. At this stage, we are looking at approximate access points, development areas, and development types. While the bubble plan itself does not contain a high level of detail, the narrative portion of the concept plan details the general development plan, including the number and type of units and any site and building standards for each portion of the plan area. This approach does allow for a degree of flexibility in terms of final site layout should any unforeseen issues arise. Along with the 2020 concept plan, a planned unit development was also approved in 2020. This image illustrates the building types that would have been permitted as part of that development. This particular plan did address height and would have allowed a maximum building height of 33 feet 7 inches. It includes renderings and elevations that depict modern architecture as well as 3-story buildings. This particular view is looking north, with Spruce Avenue located at the top of the image. I bring this plan up to illustrate that this council has previously approved a type of development on this site that is a departure from the existing conditions in the Bond Farm neighborhood. And members of the neighborhood have indicated throughout this development review process that they were accepting of this particular plan. So while more units are currently proposed, the plan now under consideration has vastly scaled down the building presence along Spruce Avenue in particular. So a massing and character study was prepared as part of the plan under review tonight. The applicant will discuss this in greater detail shortly. This particular image shows from the massing and character study included as attachment 6 in your packet, depicts Spruce Avenue looking west. On the left side are renderings of typical buildings that would be in this northern transition zone, while typical massing and orientation of the existing homes in the neighborhood are depicted on the right. Limiting buildings within the transition zone to single-family homes and duplexes with a maximum height of 2 stories will result in new homes that are of a similar height and scale as existing homes on the north side of Spruce Avenue. It's important to note that the massing and character study is not a pattern book, and the final designs may be different from what is shown. But that said, any development of this property would be required to meet the residential design and all other standards within the Land Development Code. So the second portion of the proposed transition zone would be located along the eastern portion of the site near Grant Street. This view in the massing and character study approximates the visual impact of the proposed development on residents of Grant Street. So the existing homes are in the front, and in the back is what the view from Grant Street would be of the properties within the transition zone. So staff finds that the proposed concept plan meets the required review criteria established in section 1502.055 of the Land Development Code. As noted previously, this proposal is consistent with envisioned Longmont and relevant provisions of the Land Development Code. Staff finds that the proposal is compatible with surrounding properties, particularly since the applicant has revised their plan to include this transition zone, and notes that any adverse impacts will be mitigated to the maximum extent possible. The multimodal transportation plan for this proposal, though still at a conceptual stage, will provide for 2 points of access on Spruce and will connect the development with a sidewalk and road network. Further, the traffic study submitted for this project, as required for all development proposals and applications that are filed with our department, they did submit a traffic study as required, found that the surrounding road network would still operate well within acceptable levels, even with the projected traffic from this development. The study was reviewed and accepted by the City of Longmont Transportation Engineers. It was also reviewed by a third-party engineer to confirm these findings. With that, staff recommends approval of the proposed concept plan amendment for 1313 Spruce Avenue, subject to the following conditions. First condition is satisfaction of submittal requirements of the Longmont Municipal Code. Second is that an updated traffic impact analysis would be required with the site plan and plat applications. A design exception request would be required for any access spacing that does not conform to the standards described in the City of Longmont Design Standards and Construction Specifications. Also, and finally, the massing and character study will be part of the amended concept plan and will be considered as representative of the character of the subsequent development. So please note that the first few conditions are pretty standard city conditions. The updated traffic analysis would be required to address any proposed changes in access configuration, unit count, land use, or background traffic conditions. A letter of compliance would be required even if there are no major changes from the concept plan. So we'll be looking at these types of things throughout the process. So with that, I'm going to turn over the floor to the applicant unless council has questions for staff at this time.
Are there any counselors that would like to question staff? Counselor McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I was just wondering, can you help me clarify a couple of things here? Is the city park part of the calculation for the overall number of units?
Yes, the Land Development Code requires that that density calculation for new developments be done based on gross density of the overall development parcel.
So the park is added to it?
Correct, correct.
All right, thank you.
So I have a question then, following up on that question. So when we are deciding the number of units per acre, are you going on the gross amount of land available?
Correct.
So we're actually squeezing the more residents into the buildable part if you exclude that park?
Correct. And that's standard for any new development that we would be reviewing and evaluating.
So for 70 units, if you're using the gross land and you developed on the whole, it wouldn't be as dense as it is now in this plan.
It would be spread out throughout the larger park property. One thing to keep in mind is that the park site, that dedication and establishment of that park site is a requirement of the annexation agreement for this particular property as well.
Right, but what I'm trying to get at is the exact amount of land that is developed
Sure.
versus the size
Sure.
of the gross acreage.
Sure, I'll do a little bit of math here real quick. So if you're looking at the 5.04 acres, that would raise the density to about 13.8, which is still well within the permissible density range of the RMN district.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Councilor Yarbrough.
Thanks, Mayor. Can you go back to the slide where you compared 2020? Thank you. Okay. Can you explain to me I'm learning, so can you explain to me about the transition, the residential mix?
Of the site would be limited to single-family and duplex units at a height of no more than 2 stories. Yep. So that is what that transition zone is. And that does go above and beyond what is normally required for development within the RMN zone, especially when it's adjacent to other RMN properties.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Hidalgo Faring.
Thank you. Could you go back to slide 12? I think I wrote it down correctly. Okay, yeah, and then just, so number 3, I guess, if you could provide a little more information as to what that means,
Sure. So there's a massing and character study that effectively illustrates the types of density, the types of bulk, the types of massing that would be typical of this property. It's not necessarily an architectural pattern book that depicts exactly what the project would look like, but it's intended to further illustrate the concept plan and to show the bulk and massing of the buildings in terms of, the orientations on the site. For example, the property is adjacent to Spruce Avenue. That was a big one. The applicant will be talking a little bit more about this massing study in their presentation. But really, it's an illustrative plan. So we have the concept plan, which really looks at the bubble diagram, approximate access points where certain types of structures would be located. And then the concept, or the massing and character study, is really what we would consider an illustrative plan.
Okay, and then, so I guess, I was trying to debate whether or not to ask staff of this or the developer, and so really, I think, I used to live in that area. So looking at the infrastructure, looking at the size of the roads, I do have a lot of concerns as to the size of a development like that in that particular infill area. So, I hope to hear more detail as to how, the impacts to that, how are we looking to address that?
Sure, and we do have representatives from our engineering division who can speak more eloquently towards to the road standards and such.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I have, I think, almost the same question as Councilmember from Hidalgo Faring, although perhaps from a different point of view. You showed the views looking west and south along the bubble areas, and that's where the height was limited. That area is in my ward, and I'm really aware of the lay of the land there because I worked with Mr. Spalding, who was the prior development, and actually I think there was another potential buyer in between that and Mr. Young. things go down. And so what your massing study shows is that with I think it's the massing study, I'm trying to apply the word to it, the result of that is that if you're looking from outside the neighborhood in, you're only looking at that L-shaped set of buildings, and you can't see over the top to the buildings where the character is different.
I'd say that's accurate. I believe the applicant will talk a bit more about that, but yes, it is one of the unique features of this site is that there is a very substantial slope to the south of the property, which that also would mitigate the impact, the visual impact of taller, 3-story buildings that are still within the code allowances for this district. That would really mitigate the visual impact of those particular structures.
And that's kind of what I thought. I will remark that the neighborhood may remember not having any objections to Mr. Spalding's plan in 2018, but that was when I was first on council, and I remember the objections vividly that were raised, even if perhaps they were addressed. The neighborhood objections were not, I think, the reason why that plan was ultimately failed. It was just not financially sustainable. But that's an observation that I have. All right, thank you very much.
Councilor Waters.
Thanks, Mayor Peck. Just kind of expand or amplify the significance of these 3 conditions. This is the so what? We see 3 conditions. Who cares, and why should anyone care, or what should anyone know about, if this gets approved, the role or the implications of these conditions?
So as I indicated, the updated transportation plan and the design exception conditions, those are pretty standard conditions. They effectively are reiterating our code requirements. The concept plan is really going to be the guiding document for development of this property in conjunction with the land development code. So the conditions really are, the most, I would say, meaningful condition or most significant condition is really that the massing and character study be part of the concept, make sure it's included as part of the adopted concept plan.
And what does that enable or constrain in terms of development of this property?
It really doesn't necessarily add any constraints. It basically is illustrative of what's described in the concept bubble plan. So it really illustrates the massing and how that transition zone would function.
Developer able to deviate from this concept plan in ways that would not conform to the massing and character study?
No, this is because this particular concept plan is tied to an annexation agreement, any deviations from what is adopted would require basically going through this process again.
Thank you.
Seeing no one else in the queue, we will thank you for the presentation. Do we have a presentation from the developer?
Yes, I will let Mark Young come up and speak.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mark Young. I have a tremor. It's Parkinson's disease. I don't want it to distract you. It's not contagious. You have nothing to worry about. I'd like to take you through the process we went through to come to the conclusion that we came to on our concept plan. One of the things I think is really important to understand is that this is just a concept plan. This is not a site plan. And when we go through the site plan process, we'll be back at planning and zoning to make sure that we're conforming to the concept plan. So that we don't have I don't think you have to worry about us, deviating from what we talk about tonight. I think it's, can we have how do I change this? There we go. Great, thanks. So this is the very first concept plan that we submitted, and I called it the Great Simplification. I thought it was going to be a slam dunk, quite frankly. We had identified the location for the park, identified where the drainage has to go, because that's the low spot. And I proposed to develop the entire site under the existing zoning. Now, I've been doing this for 33 years. I've been a developer for a long time. And usually when people do a systematic rezoning of an area and there's an existing PUD, the developer who buys the site generally has a choice. Use the existing PUD or go with the new underlying zoning. So I thought my choice was going to be do the underlying zoning. I was really surprised when I found out that I had to go through the concept plan review. And quite frankly, I just really do projects that are by right. I don't normally subject myself to this type of a review. However, this has been very enlightening for me to go through this process. So, I originally, nope, go back. One slide, please. I originally proposed this as a great simplification because I thought, gosh, this would be so easy. How do you define compatibility? I thought, well, you adhere to the code. If you adhere to the code, you're by definition compatible. I mean, my wife and I are opposites, and we're incredibly compatible. So what does compatibility mean? That's what we've been discussing. So when I failed the planning board the first time, and fortunately they didn't just deny it, we agreed to table it, we engaged the community. We engaged the community through a very interesting process, which I'm going to hand off to Brian Dunbar to describe to you what that process was, and then I'll come back and fill you in on how we drew the conclusions we came to.
Thank you, Mark. Good evening. My name is Brian Dunbar. I'm a professor and director of CSU's Institute for the Built Environment. Our institute has worked with communities throughout Colorado, other states, and other countries to co-create sustainable buildings and neighborhoods. 2 years ago, local designer Drew Sorrells participated in a design charrette that I facilitated for the Lou Cardenas building that is under construction currently on 9th and Main. Drew observed how a charrette, or a design workshop, brings various viewpoints together to create citizen-enhanced results. I invite you to look at the National Charrette Institute. Their website showcases how charrettes uniquely allow for positive interactions that lead to improved project results. Our institute was invited to serve as an independent facilitator. Our ongoing interest has been to help Longmont achieve the best results for this new housing development. The costs for the second and third charrettes were split between the developer, community members, and the Longmont Community Foundation. Each charrette included participation from neighbors hoping for low density, neighbors hoping for higher density, architects, city planners, land planners, and the development team. The first charrette, the April Visioning Charrette, had 26 attendees. Citizen visions were brought out, and they included diversity of neighbors, bike trail access, cozy porches, a walkable neighborhood with a corner store, a safe and welcoming park. The July Compatibility Charrette had 22 attendees. The main results included compatibility interpretations for traffic, massing, density, the park, and streetscapes. Those interpretations are included in your packets. The final charrette, the August Design Charrette, had 22 attendees. We formed 4 design teams. Each team analyzed and refined a proposed plan. One plan was from a Denver urban planner, another one from a Boulder land planner, another from a local design builder, and the fourth was Mark's original plan. So picture all of us at the Isaac Walton Center. My student interns and I worked with the participants, and observed important project advances as volunteer experts provided inspired ideas, citizens enhanced the plans, a code expert reviewed the plans, and a development team opened themselves to new ideas. All of these things happened within 2 days at the Isaac Walton Center, a Friday evening and a Saturday through the day. Your planning director, Glenn Van Nimwegen, attended the compatibility charrette and said, "I wish we used this process for all of our projects." Specifically, our institute supports the ideas generated or confirmed at the charrette, such as the transition zones, which reduce density and lower building heights, the live-work concept, focusing on human-scaled streets and safe design strategies, and a well-placed shared neighborhood park. At the end of the design charrette, the participants considered all 4 refined plans, and 88% voted for the site plan that the development team now hopes to implement. Not Mark's original plan. He has shifted to another plan that was developed during the 4th or 3rd design charrette. One disappointment that I have is that while 3 neighbors opposed to the development attended all 3 charrettes, most invited neighbors chose instead to voice their opposition at public hearings like tonight's. The 3rd charrette in particular had room for 30 neighbors who would have had 2 days of opportunities to provide ideas to improve the site plans in that collaborative charrette process. As you absorb the various input tonight, I invite you to demand a project that encompasses the visions, the compatibility interpretations, and the design options that were collaboratively born out of the community-enhanced charrettes. And now I'll turn it back to Mark. Thank you.
So one of the things Brian didn't tell you, so we had hundreds of hours, hundreds of man-hours that went into looking at this project, looking at it and adopting different ideas and plans and schemes that we're gonna show you a little bit of it tonight. But it's important to remember that a lot of people had some input on this. Now, can we go to the next slide? So here we have the transition zone. This is one of the things that came out of the charrette that he was talking about. The code calls for transitions to mitigate the impact to the community of future development. I think this transition zone does this. One of the other things that it does is it, by its nature, reduces the density on the site. While I'm hoping to get to 70 units, right now the best we've been able to do is 61. So let's talk about density for just a moment. If I have 61, I'm substantially less than the 11.9 than what staff has suggested we would achieve at maximum density. Also, I'd like to point out that when we include the park in the density analysis, that's also true every place else in the city. When staff did their analysis of the neighborhoods adjacent to it, they didn't carve out parks, they didn't carve out open space, they didn't carve out sidewalks, they didn't carve out any of that stuff. All of that same criteria is applied across the board when you're looking at the massing. So one of the things that I really tried to do is make things affordable by design. So by incorporating this transition zone, I essentially reduced the maximum density I can put on the site, probably from the 70 down to 61. Let's go to the next slide. So here you see the amended concept plan on the left. And I have to emphasize, the reason why I'm not showing you a site plan that I'm asking you to adopt tonight is because I have to have that site plan engineered. I don't know what the rules are yet for how I can lay out the site. Until I do that, which we'll establish here tonight, I hope, then I can work to tailor the site to whatever the engineering will allow. The The site plan example is what we call the vertical site plan. And we've incorporated a lot of ideas from the charrette. One of the things people wanted was view corridors through the site. So we could see very easily from Spruce Street down into the site. You'll see the wide green areas that we have. And that was something that came directly from the citizen participation. The site plan, nope, go back one. Sorry, guys. The one you see on the right was what we kind of came up with as a group that everybody voted for. This is the one that everybody liked at the charrette. I think we had 80+% of the people were in support of that site plan. If we can do that, and if we can afford to do that, that's what we're going to strive for. Let's go to the next slide. This is an example of the one we call the horizontal plan. And so this one, it's also a very good plan. It has the greenways, but what's nice about this is the streetscapes. So we met with fire just a few days ago, and we've come to a understanding of how we can incorporate these streetscapes into being like living streets. There'll be a narrow drive path, but then we'll have shrubs and benches and stuff like that along the streets on either side. We have to have very wide access points for fire access. So, but they only need 26 feet down the middle, but they need 40, 50 some feet to get their apparatus up. And so we can enliven the streets. One of the things that a question that came up from council that I'd like to talk about briefly is that one of the constraining elements of the site is the slope. So the streets have to be engineered, they have to go a certain way. But what's important is, what the transition zones do for us is, as the site steps down, you don't see the impact of the higher density units behind the transition zone. So I think that's all I have to say about that. Let's go to the next slide, Dan. No, other way. So here's the impact, and this is important to look at. So when I was shooting for 70 units, keep in mind, my development cost, whether I do 70 units or 61 units, is pretty much exactly the same. There's not going to be shorter water mains, not going to be less sewer mains, not going to be less sidewalks, not going to be less street, just less units. So that has a direct impact on the financial viability of the project. So if I have 70 units, my cost per unit is $86,000. That's land and infrastructure. Gives me the potential of selling these units for $499. That also includes the new affordable housing cost that has to be incorporated into the sales price of the units. If I have if I have 61 units, it increases the cost to $98,000, meaning we have to sell those units for $568,000 a unit. That makes me a little uncomfortable. If I only have 54 units, for instance, if I do all the affordables on site, then it pushes me up to $617,000 per unit. Now these are 1,700 square foot units. So they're not big, but they're affordable by design. And by increasing the density or having this dense area, I can afford to sell the units for less money. So let's talk about briefly the previously approved plan, because one of the questions that one of the council members had was, well, aren't we just really squeezing in the density in the middle? And the answer is yes. We're squeezing the density into the middle. But if you look at the previously approved plan, I did the math. In the two buildings up front, the density there was 45 units per acre in the previously approved plan. And we're nowhere near that in any part of our project. I don't want to have to build under this concept plan, but I need to have a concept plan that I can build under. This is the massing that you had previously approved on the site in 2020. You can see that, while yes, the height is 33 feet on the north side along Spruce, it's substantially more if you measure from the ground up to the top from the south. And I have the architect here too. We use the same architect as Peter Spalding used. But see, that's a pretty massive building, and what we're proposing are homes instead of this giant condominium complex. I don't want to have to build that. Let's go on to the next one. So this is the massing study based upon the concept plan as it exists today. So the concept plan that was approved, this is what it would look like from Spruce. So we've got those buildings, 33 feet high, right along Spruce, almost a complete wall of building. Nothing, and it is a complete wall of building. Let's go to the next slide. This is what we're proposing. Duplexes and single-family homes along Spruce and along the eastern property line. It's a completely different appearance. You see the green structures behind? That's because the land falls off. When we build the next units down from the first row along Spruce, that's what you'd see. That it wouldn't just be green and it wouldn't just be flat and square. There'll actually be units back there. That's just for reference. So, but you can see the impact is negligible to the massing in the center of the site. Let's go to the next one. It's okay. You guys have actually seen this one already. And again, I just wanted to point out to you, you can see the little bit of our buildings peeking up above the houses. So what we have here is we have an opportunity to have a concept plan that we can design with. It's not the final design. This is just, you're just approving tonight the ability for me to go down, sharpen my pencil, sit down with the engineers and figure out how to lay the site out in a way that works for everybody, works for us financially, works for the city, and planning and zoning will see me again at site review. So I think the important things to consider when we're looking at density and looking at massing, what was previously approved was substantially more dense in area. If you take the 46 units that Peter Spalding had approved into the area that he's building, it's substantially more dense than anything I'm asking for. If you look at just that front building, it was more than 40 units per acre approved in that isolated component. That when you're looking at comparing, making apples to apples comparison, you've got the analysis that staff did that didn't exclude parks, didn't exclude open space, didn't exclude sidewalks, didn't exclude right-of-way or tree lawns or anything like that. They just calculated the areas of the blocks. So when you're calculating our park into it, I don't think that's much of a stretch. But even if you did decide to take the park out, we'd still be at like 13 units per acre at 70 units. If the engineers can't find a way to fit the 70 units on there, and I've got 61 or 63, my density comes down by nature of the design, not by your requirement. I'm gonna stop now. I'm gonna hand it off to Dan Williams, just for a moment to mop up anything I might have messed up when I was presenting to you. Thank you.
Mayor Peck and council members, thank you again for being here and examining our concept plan. I hope we get your approval. I'd also like to thank staff. They have been amazing to work with. I've been in touch with the city staff for 18 months, and I don't have a negative thing to say about any of them from any of the departments. I would also like to commend the community for their civic engagement and their participation in the community charrettes. That was a very unique process that actually shouldered a positive return, I believe, that made this project better. When I look at a project or a parcel of land, the first thing I do is I look at the municipal code. From there, that governs what you can do with a piece of land. Here, by virtue of the process of the community charrettes, which again, and Mark said hundreds of hours, I think it's closer to thousands. We had multiple people over multiple evenings and weekends take time out of their day, including ours, to meet and try to make this plan better. I'd also like to point out that Brian, who spoke earlier, he was actually engaged by the community. We were hesitant at first to join the charrette process. There's been a lot of negative feedback. We weren't sure how it would turn out. I'm not going to say kicking and screaming, but we showed up with a healthy dose of skepticism. By the end, we feel like we were active parts of this process. So again, when I'm looking at what the right to do with the land, the property rights and title land, I look at the code. Here, because of the charrette process, we have actually imposed a more significant condition on the land than the code allows. This condition is self-imposed. This is the RMN transition zone that you asked about. And this is a product of meeting with the community and trying to, make a concession that would allow everyone to get along and harmonize and try and get a project that can be supported. I would like to commend those that participated. I'd like to, again, thank you for all your time. I'd like to thank the community for their civic engagement. And yeah, thank you, and I hope that you approve this project.
I'm done. I'm just back for questions.
Okay, thank you. Do I see anybody in the queue? Councilor Waters.
Thanks, Mayor Peck. Thanks for your presentation. This has been an extensive process, both for the community and for you. Could you go back to the slide? I just want to understand the economics of density. Go back to the slide where you've got estimated costs. So from 70 units to 61, that's a $12,000 difference per unit.
Yes.
And now I want to translate that into the estimated cost per unit. I get if I do the math, is that 12,000 times the 9 units?
I didn't know. I didn't do the math that way. What I did was I basically took $6 million development cost and divided it by the number of units. And that's how I came up with that number. And then when I make the shift from land cost to sales price, I divide it by 0.18, which is pretty standard development methodology. And then I added on the affordable housing cost. The affordable housing cost for 1,700 square foot unit, assuming you approve the $13.50, will be $23,000 per unit. So I added that on to that. And so that's how I did the math.
You had added that, I assume, to each of the levels of density, I would assume.
The 61, the 70, not the 54, because the 54 assumes that I'm building 61, but 7 of them on site are affordable.
As opposed to the payment in lieu.
And as opposed to the payment in lieu, that's right.
All right. So there's way more than just land, and in terms of development costs, are fee in lieu and other variables? It just looked out at scale in terms of the additional cost of $12,000 translating into a purchase price of an additional almost $70,000. I get the fee in lieu, but that would have been factored into the 70 units as well as the 61.
It is. So you take 23,000 off the 568, and that would give you your, if they didn't have the fee in lieu cost, that would be the basic cost. And so it'd be a little less.
But you take the same amount off the 499, right?
I would,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
that's right.
So that may be useful. We're going to come to terms with this tonight, but that would be useful for me to get a better understanding of those economics. Because I'm still puzzling a bit.
One of the things I'd like to suggest is when you're looking at the fee in lieu issue, if you encourage people to build smaller houses by waiving the fee in lieu for smaller units, then they become affordable by design. I think that's really important. I worked with the city of Boulder 30 years ago on the inclusionary housing ordinance, and I was the developer involved in that discussion. And, the conclusion was the only way you can really bring housing down is to produce more housing. You can't really do it by controlled economics. You can't impose fees because we pass it on. I'd like to point out one other thing. That when you have a $13.50 fee, that's not really what it costs the developer. I didn't incorporate these other costs into my analysis here, but when the realtor sells that house, there's a 5% tack on to that, or a 6% tack on for real estate commissions. They get paid on the gross sales price, not the sales price, less the inclusionary zoning fee. In addition to that, if a bank is financing the project, they're going to charge you for financing that fee. And I didn't incorporate any kind of an add-on, but if I'm paying that fee, like if I buy a 2x4, I expect to sell the 2x4 for a little bit more money.
Sure.
If I pay this fee, I expect to charge a little bit more for the fee. I didn't include that in this analysis. But that's something to think about when you're talking about an inclusionary zoning fee.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Seeing no one else, I do have a couple of questions. It'd be great if we can control the realtors and bankers, but we cannot.
No.
So I didn't see on some of the slides that you showed the 2 exits out of your development. Where are those going to be?
So you can see it here. I guess it's not crystal clear, but if you look at that on the right-hand side, the right-hand corner, and on the left-hand side. And those are kind of the 2 of the things that constrain the site, because you have to have, your exits have to be like half the horizontal, half the hypotenuse between the developed areas. And so we pushed it over as far as it could go, so we're going to have a road over there which eats into the developable land as well. And then the other constraining thing on the site was the city required that exit on the east side, on the west side, I'm sorry, on the left side, has to line up with the street across from it. And so by doing that, that squished the park down, made the park longer. And so that's how it's kind of, I mean, it's interesting. After you looked at all the things that were constraining on the site, this is pretty much what you end up with.
So how do you describe live-work units? Because this is a buzzword, and every developer seems to have a different idea as to what that means. So some developers say it is retail on the bottom, living on the top, like Prospect. And others say you can have a dog walking business run out of your home. So how do you describe that? What do you plan?
That's a really good question. I was not a fan of the live-work option. The live-work option is something that came from the charrettes that the neighborhood wanted to incorporate into the plan. But if you're asking me for it, I would say you have living up above and offices down below or retail down below.
And the reason that bothers me is that wording is used in our council comm. And when you say, let's see, I've got it here. You said, you said that you are not necessarily going to build townhouses because you may ask for variances and waivers in the future. I want to know what different types of units you're talking about. That was in our council comm too. It's a little vague when someone says I might change what I told you I was going to build.
I don't know where I said that. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on that, but I can tell you that the site is, I'm not asking for any variances or any consideration. I've said from the very beginning that I'm happy to build to the RMN code. The code's established. I'm not asking for any variances to the code. And this would be the time to do that. If I needed some sort of variance, this would be the time. And Dan wants to say something. May I?
Mayor, I believe, because we've always maintained that we're not seeking any variance whatsoever. I believe that may have been a byproduct of the live-work being applied to the RMN transition zone, the 30% abutting spruce, because that would require a variance from PZ. So I think, but that's nothing that we ever tried to communicate or anything along those lines. We've always maintained that we just want to build strictly to code, including all community housing standards, all development standards, everything.
And the reason I ask is that live-work with retail on the bottom is in our mixed-use development. So when you say that you're not asking for variances now, but you may ask for waivers and variances later.
So the only waiver and variance that was referred to at all was one of the conditions that staff had, And there's a problem. If our 2 exits can't meet the distance requirement, that would be the only thing we'd go back to and say, and Fire's already looked at this and approved it. But that would be the only condition that we'd have to waive or ask for a condition of. Our plan, by putting the transition zone in and limiting that to single family and duplexes, I mean, that's written in stone now, if you guys approve it. Nothing else will happen in that transition zone. The interior of the site will be developed to the RMN code, and that's it. And that's my representation, and I'll live and die by it.
So no live work.
If somebody wants to have a live-work unit up there in the transition zone, we have to go back to.
I'm not talking about the transition zone.
No
I'm
live work
talking
anyplace
RM.
else. No, except for in the transition zone. The only live work that we allowed for, that we incorporated into the plan, was in the transition zone along Spruce Street. That's the only place that live work would be approved. And even to do that, we'd go back to planning and zoning, because it's a conditional use, I think. And she could probably answer it better than I could.
It is a conditional use. So those are the things that make me uncomfortable with this, is that it isn't totally spelled out, bringing a concept plan to us. There's a lot of, this is what we might do, and that makes me nervous. And I also think that, and this is my personal opinion, not speaking for council, of course, that just because we can do something doesn't mean we should. So those are my questions.
Is there a way that we could address that for you?
Let me hear what the other councilors have to say first.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I think my question is more for Ms. Hewitt-Apperson, because when I was reading that same council versus the concept plan submitted by Mr. Young, it seemed to me that was more, obviously I was not able to attend any of the charrettes according to the rules that we operate under. It seemed that it was more, that language about live work was more about the staff putting in language from the conditional use in vision in your code, rather than a specific intent of the developer particularly. I happen to know that some of the mixed-use advocates that participated in the charrette really like the idea of live work, because they would be really happy to convert everything to mixed use rather than mixed neighborhood. But am I getting the right impression there that there's not really anything intentional about live work in terms of that being the essence of this plan?
So Mark and Dan can probably address this. They may be able to address this better. So the inclusion of the live work it came out of the charrette process. I can also say that there was, in the approved 2020 plan, there is a provision for live work units.
I'm very familiar with that.
Yeah, fronting Spruce Avenue. So the applicant included that live work component as an option because it is a conditional option in the residential mixed neighborhood zone. If they chose, if at some point someone wanted to do live work, there's a limitation of 30% of the unit, so there are parameters for that. And it also would have to go to Planning and Zoning Commission as a conditional use.
So would the conditional use would not be applied to the full plat of this development? It would be applied to the building where the mixed use.
one unit, that's right.
Live work unit.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank
It
you.
would be case by case.
Right. Thank you very much.
So you're talking about after the entire, whoops, I see, I need to call on you first. All right. It's after the entire development has been built, a single person could come and ask for live work?
It wouldn't necessarily have to be after the entire development is built. We're going to offer the units for sale. So if somebody comes to us and says, hey, I want to open a coffee shop, can I do it here as a live work? I'd say, okay, but we got to go back to planning board, see if they'll approve it, and if they approve it, then we could build that for them. But I'm not planning on building anything specific to live work unless there's a demand for it by somebody who wants to buy it.
And the reason I brought that up, is that in the concept plan, then we need to have parking. You can't have any kind of retail or restaurant if you don't plan for parking. So that's why I'm bringing this up. It has to be part of the original concept plan?
Sure.
Or the final? Or not at all?
So what's interesting about that is, and something I probably should have said during the presentation, so we're widening Spruce Street in front of our project. You know, Spruce can be kind of narrow. It'll be widened in front of our project. There'll also be parallel parking there for people who want to visit the site. But during the site review phase is where we'll have to establish.
What? Shh. Excuse me, please don't interrupt the speaker. Go ahead, Mark.
So we're widening Spruce, we're going to have parking along Spruce, and during the site review phase, we'll have to accommodate all the parking that has to be done on the site. And should somebody want to live work on that location, and they couldn't show how we could provide the parking, that would be a condition that they would be denied the live work. They couldn't meet the conditional use standards if they couldn't provide the parking. Is that correct?
Potentially, it would be at the discretion of the Planning and Zoning Commission. But that said, the location and number of parking spaces is something that we would be looking at during the site plan review process. And our code requirements for parking would apply regardless of the use.
And while we're on the topic of parking, we have 2-car garages for every unit, which satisfies the parking requirement. In addition to that, the length of the driveways provide additional parking, and then we'll be providing at least the number of units required in the RMN zone for the development, at least that many parking spaces. I made a mistake 20 years ago on a project that I underparked, and it was an absolute disaster. I'll never do that again. There will be plenty of parking.
Thank you. Councilor McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Can you go forward? I don't see the number on it, so I can't tell you on the slide here. To keep going, slow it down. There, right here. This is the plan that you have up right now is the 54 units that you were talking about, right? Or 46 units, no.
No.
This is the 61 units.
That's right.
And then the next slide is,
The next slide.
oh, sorry, back that's the 70,
No, I don't think that's 70 either.
oh, 63 units.
Yeah.
63 units. And then going to the next slide, which is your number slide.
Yeah.
So planning has approved the 70 units there.
Yeah, up to.
Up to.
Up to 70 units.
And so my question is there some point there where we can try to somehow work with the folks that are really concerned about the density to come in somewhere closer to the 61, 63 units? Is that something that can be discussed?
We can discuss it. Yeah, certainly. I believe I'm not going to get more than 61 units on the site. I mean, we've exhausted it. I would like to try to increase it because, quite frankly, the $568,000 price tag for a 1,700 square foot unit is a little daunting to me. And I think from the feedback I've had from the community, that if there's a trade-off between price and density, that they'd like to see it they'd like to see a lower cost unit. Not everybody, but, a fair number of them. We're going to hear from a bunch of people tonight about that. So,
And I'm curious to see if those folks, when they come up, would say if they attended the charrette or not. I understand the importance of that, having been on planning and zoning when we did do Prospect, and understand what a big deal that is to have that process of, so that the community, gets their minds around any sort of development. But I just kind of want to make sure that we also think about the issues around the traffic flow there. I'm really concerned about that. I don't know if anybody will ever get a chance to take with the other developments that are in the area, in the pipeline now, will ever get a chance to take a left turn off of Spruce onto Sunset ever again. So that's very much a concern of mine. But thank you. I think-
and my traffic guy's here if you wanted to ask him some
Sure,
specific traffic questions.
we'll ask that here shortly.
And then, just to answer your question, though, I would rather walk away from here with a deal at 63 units than no deal at 70 units. So if you think that's something we need to discuss, I'm open to discuss it.
I think that's something that we need to discuss.
Thank you.
Councilor Hidalgo Ferring.
So, I do have a question. So on that slide around the massing study, so what was approved prior? And I think it was, wait, so what was the massing? There were no numbers on the slides, but what it looked like from the street, I think at the previously approved plan.
Yeah, that's what's up on the screen
So,
right now.
yeah, so I think, I don't think it was, but that's all right. So if not approved, then, do we then revert back to the concept plan that was approved?
Yeah, I'm stuck with it.
So, if we don't approve this one tonight,
I
are
gotta,
we?
I gotta figure out how to build under the existing concept plan. Because
Okay.
I think I'd be denied for a year to come back.
So, okay, so that was, and then, regardless of, and I'm trying to think, was it you or was it Peter Spalding that had created that initial? That's why I was thinking of the other slide.
It was Peter Spalding.
Peter Spalding, that's what I thought. And, and all this happened prior to when I was on council. And I remember, this whole idea of a co-op housing, and there were all these plans, and, it kept going back and forth. So, my memory, it's getting confusing as to what, what was under yours and what was previously accepted. I had expressed concerns around the street, because I used to live in that area, and, I'm just, as I'm kind of visualizing moving forward, what does that look like, the impact on the roads for the neighborhood nearby? And I've seen that you've tried to, you've worked to accommodate those, and that's gone without being noticed. Yeah, so there was this one, but then there was another one that was a full slide that had, I don't know, it's all right, no, don't worry about it.
I think there's only 14 slides.
Okay.
So we could go through them all.
No, it's all right, don't worry about it. And then, the other thing I was looking at, is compatibility. So for me, I'm a layperson as far as planning and zoning, that's not my background. But, so as a resident, I think compatibility, I look at design. So what do the buildings look like and the height in comparison to other homes in the area? But then what I'm hearing, what in developer world or in planning and zoning world, it's really just adhering to the code and,
That's my personal opinion.
okay.
I don't think that's necessarily the opinion of planning and zoning or
Okay.
staff. That's my
Uh-huh.
opinion.
So I guess, I would like to hear what staff interpretation is of compatibility, what that looks like. I mean, through what lens should we be looking at this concept plan?
Sure. So, You know, compatibility is one of those, I mean, it is subjective. It's one of those, I know it when I see it kind of things. But from a planning perspective, when we look at compatibility, we're looking at scale, we're looking at massing, not necessarily building styles. You know, I've lived in neighborhoods that had a mixture on one block of fourplexes and single family and 18-unit apartment buildings, and it functioned very well. They were still compatible. It was a historic neighborhood, so it was a different development style. At the same time, introducing new developments, new building types is not inherently incompatible with an existing neighborhood. So when we're looking at compatibility, like I mentioned, I think in my presentation, we're looking at massing, we're looking at scale, we're looking at those transitions in height and in density. So, you know, that's what we're really looking at. So it's less of an architecture standpoint and more of a, you know, pattern and rhythm type perspective. Glenn, you want to pipe in?
I'd be a little bit more specific in that in the architectural design, yes, it won't be red and yellow and blue, but there are things like porches, gable roofs, that you're mixing up duplexes and single family. If they came in and said, we have this great idea to do glass boxes, duplexes, line them up on spruce, we go, absolutely not. You start over. The other thing I like is the visibility through, and they actually dictate there's a 10-foot corridor. So you're not looking at a block, you're looking through a neighborhood. So I think that, you know, there's 21 pages to the concept plan. I think there's a lot we have to work with at a staff level to say, yeah, these are elements that make it compatible.
Okay, and you know, for me, and this is one of the, so I sit on our negotiations team for our school, I always have to throw that in. But, you know, one of the things we look at, you know, and I think about when we're, you know, doing our salary schedule. Okay, are we advocating and are we, you know, pushing and proving for that salary on the base for staff that we don't even have on staff yet, for people we don't even have on staff yet? Or are we taking care of our people who've been here? So, you know, I kind of look at it also through the lens of, you know, the people who've already established roots in that area. And, you know, as we're looking at compatibility, you know, are we balancing those two pieces? You know, and I want to make sure that as a person who's making these decisions, that we are finding that balance of, you know, providing the new housing. I mean, I still rent. I would love to be able to purchase a home. So, you know, part of me is, yes, you know, I want that. But then the other part is, you know, we have people who've established roots there, and how are we meeting the needs, you know, and are there things in our Envision Longmont or in our code that we need to refine before moving forward so that we can create a balance between the two? Otherwise, you know, we end up with these block areas, this patchwork, piecemeal thing. And I kind of want to get it right, you know, from the start. And I feel like, you know, we have to address this. You know, when I got on council, we went into COVID. It was lockdown, and I wasn't even thinking about putting anything more on staff. We have all the retired folks, you know, people who retired from, who had been in this city for, working in the city departments for, you know, decades. And so it was just navigating the transition to new staff. And, you know, I know I didn't want to put any more burden on staff who are learning, who are trying to navigate, you know, filling these positions and jobs. But I feel like we're getting to the point that we have to look and address gaps that we have in our current land code as well as our Envision Longmont. You know, so that, you know, that's just to get a sense of kind of where I'm coming from. And if there's anything, you know, that you could say in your piece or something that you could commit to today that can help kind of create a sense of balance between this project and the neighborhood.
Sure. So first off, I'd like to say, I caution you against a moratorium or stopping things. And I'll tell you why. I've been involved in several of these. People who have projects that are in process or that are being built, as soon as they hear moratorium, they're dancing in the streets because they get to raise their prices. When the City of Boulder imposed their inclusionary housing ordinance, I had 14 houses under construction. I raised the price by $20,000 on each one of those houses because anybody coming behind me was going to have to pay $20,000 more for a new house. And, you know, it's important to find a happy medium and to keep the process going. Otherwise, you create, you know, interesting dilemmas and unintended consequences. But one of the things that you might consider is the SHRED process that we went through. We genuinely modified our plans based upon neighborhood input. Now, did we satisfy everybody? Nope. Will we ever satisfy everybody? Nope. There's a whole bunch of guys who want 46 units out there. And if they win the day tonight, that's what they'll get, 46 units out there in a building just like that right along Spruce Street. And I don't think, and gosh, that seems so much less compatible just on the surface to me than what we're offering as an alternative. So if you want to find a happy medium, the fact that we engage the community to the extent that we engage them, that we took a lot of the information from the community charrettes and incorporated them into the plan. And how can you hold my feet to the fire on that? Because staff wisely said we're going to incorporate the concept, the massing study and the character study into the concept plan. If I deviate from what you're looking at by very much, I'm going to have to start over. And believe me, that's not what I want to do. I do not want to start over.
Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez. Oh, go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Couple of things that I would like to clarify, and probably Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez could have done this better than I can. So feel free to chime in if I get too far off track. But it seems to me like some of the reservations being expressed are jumping across this boundary between the concept plan approval and the site plan that goes into the future and variances that would be requested by single buildings versus
Project as a whole.
the project as a whole. Thank you very much, because I have to grope, not being in your profession, I have to grope for those phrases. And so I want to just caution against that, because just like the county commissioners were trying really hard to control what the city of Longmont does from, way back in the past when they were discussing the Kanemoto Estates easement, and trying to really, over-exercise their authority from there. I don't want us to, I beg your pardon, I don't think I said anything, and you may not agree with me, Mayor Peck, but I don't think I said anything inappropriate there. I want to say that we should not be trying to exercise our authority on individual builders, over individual builders, and what they may do a number of years in the future as we go through this approval process. That said, I do have a question about live work and what we use to apply parking standards associated with that. So my question has to do with in-home friends and family neighbors childcare, which is a good it's a good thing to do when you live in a neighborhood, is to provide childcare for that neighborhood. I don't know whether that's a live-work application or not, but if it is, it certainly requires less extra parking than a coffee shop, because people stay in a coffee shop for an hour or two, and people people stop at a childcare location for about 5 minutes to drop off their child and settle them down. So do we take those things into consideration when granting a variance for a live-work application like childcare?
So it depends. There are two different categories of daycare slash childcare defined in our code. There's commercial and then there's residential. Those are standards by the state. It's a matter of scale. At the residential daycare threshold, the parking requirements are basically your residential parking requirements. If it exceeds that threshold and it goes into the commercial daycare, outside of a home-based business per se, then we would be looking at 3 parking spaces per 1,000 square feet of the daycare use. So.
But that would really be more for staff parking.
It's the way our code does not differentiate between staff and employee parking, or staff and client parking.
Okay. All right. Still less probably than a coffee shop.
So I do think that residential daycare is a use by right, but I think it's limited to like 6 kids or less. If you go above that number, I think it's precluded in the RMN zone.
Can I interrupt here? I think we're getting way off topic, and we've been on this subject for a really long time. Developers do not have the right to say what people do within their homes.
Right.
Period. So that's why I asked for your definition and asked about the retail. So whatever people decide to do in their homes is different, which
Right.
is why I wanted that defined. So I see no one else in the queue.
And once
Thank you.
once again, the mayor has interrupted me when
I
my
did.
time wasn't up. So, and all I was trying to do there was to establish the boundaries of what's defined as live work and what is defined as a use by right in these dwelling units. So, thank you very much, both of you, for clarifying that, and I appreciate your awareness of the matter.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
So we're now at the public, but I agree. When we come back, we're going to take a 5-minute break, but when we come back, I'm going to call on 5 people. The 4 chairs up here, the public can sit in, and plus the one that will be talking. So I'll call you up in groups of 5. So let's take a 5-minute break.
glad, I just wanted, I'm glad you're thinking about the issue.
Yes, yeah, I'm not even made up my mind.
Okay.
So I'm like.
You need Hello, everyone. Okay, the first people I am calling. Where the heck did it go? Where's my list? Okay, the first 5 people are Eric Wallace, Drew Sorrells, Taylor Wickland, Mary Lynn, and Ellison Radomski. Remember that you have 3 minutes. I would like your name and address, please. Eric, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor Peck and city councilors. My name's Eric Wallace, 339 Pratt Street. This concept plan aspires to bring much-needed housing to Longmont. The concept plan has already been modified several times and has been through multiple charrettes to address compatibility concerns and modify the general layout. That appears to be a good faith effort between the developer, opponents, and supporters to improve the plan after a rocky start. I'm opposed to efforts to further reduce the number of units per acre. That would only increase the cost per unit built, and I didn't see the presentation before he presented it. It's just basic math, and would keep younger and less financially established families out. Land costs need to be spread over more living units in order to bring down the final cost of the dwelling. Affordability and attainability will be critical factors as this project moves through the process. We need to support projects that address Longmont's pressing housing needs, especially infill projects like this near transit hubs and the urban core of the city. I support projects like this that actually commit to building the units required under the inclusionary housing ordinance. Providing a variety of housing on a single site improves livability, diversity, and inclusion, and it strengthens our social fabric. We should be encouraging projects to bring the housing we need and not pay a fee in lieu to put affordable and attainable housing somewhere else. Putting affordable and attainable housing somewhere else and distant from expensive housing is the very definition of exclusive. I support projects like this that can help to improve walkability and cyclability near greenways and the urban core. These kind of projects also provide housing for people that otherwise may be driving in from Larimer, Weld, or Adams counties because there's not enough available housing that working folks can afford in Longmont. Not providing it here means contributing to urban sprawl. I support infill development and a gradual increase in density within and throughout Longmont's planning area. I am strongly opposed to sprawl. Sprawl contributes to vehicle miles traveled and all of the negative and unsustainable impacts associated with it, like increased infrastructure cost, climate impact, quality of life, wildlife habitat impact, disappearance of agricultural land, public health impact, and so on. I love our open space, and I want it to stay open, not get filled up with homes because we oppose infill projects. I support projects that spread new homes and housing development throughout the city. I live close to this neighborhood. I live in Old Town, so there's lots of multifamily and ADUs right next to me. We need to all share in the load, in the lift. This project addresses a critical need in Longmont, realizes multiple goals laid out in Envision Longmont, and council should approve the concept plan. Let city staff work through the details with the developer on the final actual plan. It's not appropriate to work out every minute detail at this stage of the process.
Thank you, Eric. Drew Sorrells.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Drew Sorrells, and I live at 328 Grant Street in Longmont. There's been some talk about the unfairness of the invitations generated to neighbors for the 3 charrettes held April, July, and August. My aim is to shed some light on the fairness of these invitations. The April Visionary Charrette allowed neighbors and outside professionals to interact on common ground with the developer. The space was limited in size, and the developer was asking for a balanced group. Invited were 8 neighbors for low density, 7 attended. Invited was 1 neighbor for high density. 1 attended, plus 3 unexpected attendees for high density. The outcome showed promise, as the developer was offering to further our work as a team, with the focus being on the location of the park. The topic of our second charrette in July was on compatibility as recommended by the Planning and Zoning in June. This charrette space also had a size limit. All attending the first charrette were invited. This includes 7 neighbors for low density, 3 attended. 4 neighbors for high density, 6 attended, and were allowed to due to the lack of response from the low density neighbors. It is interesting to note that prior to the charrette, a specific plea was made to 2 of the prior attendees for low density by Dan Swirls and Brian Dunbar as an effort to maintain a balanced group. These 2 neighbors attended. The diverse groups translated the related code into what was most germane for the project in terms of compatibility, with some pushback from the neighbors wanting lower density. The 2-day architectural charrette, design charrette held in August, allowed for 50 individuals, 50 individuals. Invited were all former charrette attendees plus anyone interested in participating. A neighborhood-wide email was also sent. 4 neighbors for low density attended, and 4 neighbors for high density attended. As you have heard during the charrette, there was an overwhelming agreement on a favored plan. The developer was then encouraged to work towards making this a reality. All neighbors had a fair chance of attending the architectural charrette. It's hard to imagine not taking advantage of a shared community effort to allow positive interactions that lead to improved project results. I was truly disappointed at the lack of participation from the neighbors for low density, instead choosing to direct their energy into legal fees. Those who did attend for low and high density are truly making a difference in our Longmont community's future. I implore you to strongly consider the positive results from the charrettes, which have helped to mold and refine the conceptual plan. This plan is complete with the integration of numerous neighbors' visions, allowing us to step forward in a positive direction for our Longmont community. Thank you.
Thank you, Drew. Taylor Wickland.
Evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Taylor Wickland. I live at 1704 Short Place within Bond Farm. We are living in a housing crisis, affordability crisis, social cohesion crisis, city finance crisis, and all under the umbrella of a climate crisis. It is important to understand we have created these crises, and I propose we can easily create solutions as long as we are willing to think beyond ourselves and think for the greater good for future generations. Bond Farm gives us an opportunity to move away from Euclidean exclusionary zoning and towards a welcoming city for all with unique neighborhoods throughout. Therefore, I ask the council, let Bond Farm be an example for the rest of Longmont. It is for this reason I chose to be part of the charrette process. During the charrettes, in the forefront of my mind were my friends being forced on the outskirts of town and eventually to another city. In the forefront are the employers who are struggling to find workers as our workforce is being driven out of town. In the forefront is the fact that we are seeing the rise of the loneliest generation, and third places offer a solution. In the forefront was supporting small businesses because, as we all know, this is how we create a financially sustainable city. In the forefront is the face of climate change and the need for denser living, multimodal approaches supporting transit, building walkable neighborhoods. I believe Bond Farm can be this example. Bond Farm will include a density or diversity of housing types to make some units entry level, some units for a growing family. Living streets with tree-lined streets and choke points to reduce vehicle speed so neighbors and children can create community in the street. City Park on the west side to benefit the greater Bond Farm area, including our neighbors on First Avenue with a walking path. Live-work homes along Spruce Avenue to allow a small entrepreneur to provide a benefit to the neighborhood and possibly being a cafe, a daycare, yoga studio, whatever. Finally, green space is better than parking space. Street parking will help slow speeds by narrowing the roadway and ultimately create a safer neighborhood. Ultimately, Bond Farm will be an example of creating third places, places for social interaction to help people help build the social cohesion and empathy we desperately need. Maybe by having more third places, we will see neighborhoods start to think beyond their self-interest and help build a better city. Maybe neighbors will be looking for solutions together in third places instead of hiring outside legal forces to fight their fight. Maybe neighbors will actually participate in local democratic experience beyond their backyard in these third places. Maybe neighbors will start being micro-transit advocates, traffic calming advocates, walking advocates, small business advocates, affordability advocates, climate solution advocates, rather than drowning in their isolated fear. I ask this council, let Bond Farm be an example of how to move away from Euclidean zoning and towards a welcoming community into the next 100 years. Developments are not about us, but about what we want the future to be long after we are all planted 6 feet below. Thank you.
Thank you, Taylor. Mary Lynn.
Hi all, Mary Lynn, East Side, you know the drill, this is my third time today. So I want to turn my attention back to the disastrous effects on the city via the Envision Longmont process, and the accompanying opportunity zones. I don't know if anyone in here has actually looked into the creation of opportunity zones, the federal creation of them, and the reason for them. They were created to provide tax incentives to developers to improve blighted areas. What exactly part of the historic east side, the historic west side, and Bond Farm do you consider to be blighted? As far as I'm concerned, the areas that are former industrial areas below 3rd Street, including the Steam area and so forth, might fit that category, but none of these neighborhoods do. And the fact that these tax incentives exist are why there is so much pressure now on the edges of these fine, old, large lot, mostly one-story house neighborhoods, although the historic west side actually has houses that are bigger than that. Which brings to my next point. 10 years ago, what percentage of the houses in Longmont were higher than 33 feet? Does anyone here know? What was it, 200? It was surely less than 10% of the housing stock. Why in the name of God did 35 feet become the standard for virtually the entire city? Who at the Envision Longmont process asked for that? I didn't see anyone. People said we love our 1- and 2-story neighborhoods. There's some really nice neighborhoods of very large McMansion starter castles. I think they're nice houses. People are allowed to live that way, that are probably that size, but it's not very much of the city. Once again, think about who lives here. Think about what people actually asked for. It wasn't that. And I know this because I learned that fact when Jennifer casually mentioned that all the zoning had been changed to 35 feet in one of the many meetings with very upset neighbors in neighborhoods where they didn't know why their zoning had been changed at all. So I hope any of you who want to hear more about what would actually construe an appropriate strategic planning process for the city will contact me. I know that I have given you my contact information repeatedly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Ellison.
Good evening. My name is Allison Radomski. I live at 8033 Countryside Park in Niwot. My husband and I rent a condo there. I work part-time.
Excuse me, this is for residents?
This is for residents?
Oh, yeah. It's a public hearing.
Yes, yeah.
All right,
Although I'm not a resident of Longmont, I do work here in Longmont, and I also volunteer in Longmont. I'm a filmmaker. I'm a member of the Firehouse Art Center Creative Committee, and I volunteer to help Longmont's local filmmakers connect with the resources they need. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the Bond Farm development, specifically building the 70 units, because quite simply the demand for housing in Longmont far outweighs its supply. And with median home prices well over $500,000 in Longmont and over $750,000 in Boulder County, what Longmont really needs is affordable housing and attainable housing. Now, the Bond Farm development isn't perfect. That $499 price point, I honestly don't love it. That is not in the world of affordable housing. I do wish that this plan had a greater number of smaller units so the average price could go down. But if we build the 70 units, we're still below Longmont's median home sale price and well below Boulder County's median home sale price, which means that this is a step in the right direction. I also support this development because of its environmental sustainability. A high-density residential mixed plan means that the neighborhood will be more walkable. Increased walkability helps Longmont reduce its dependence on cars. It means less traffic, fewer traffic accidents. We have fewer people who are commuting into town, and it means that Longmont will be more environmentally sustainable even in the midst of climate change. And at the end of the day, I like Longmont. There are many incredible things about this community, but Longmont loses its character and its integrity if it becomes the kind of place where those who work here and contribute to this city cannot afford the opportunity to become homeowners. Those who give so much to Longmont deserve that chance. And earlier it was mentioned this idea of taking care of the people who are already here. What about the people who work in Longmont, who make it what it is, but cannot afford a $600,000 single-family home? Are we not interested in what happens to them? And what kind of message does that send? That you are good enough to work here, but not good enough to be a neighbor. For all these reasons, I support the development at 1313 Spruce, and I urge Longmont's leaders to go even further when it comes to creating more affordable housing and more attainable housing. This cannot be the end of the conversation about creating walkable, environmentally sustainable housing that a variety of people with a variety of income levels can afford. After all, Longmont is changing. Longmont's not the same as it was in previous decades when the current homes in the Bond Farm neighborhood were built, and it's not the same as it was even a decade ago. Longmont is changing, the planet is changing, the global climate is changing, change is happening whether we like it or not. The challenge is to be proactive and intentional so that as the world changes, Longmont can change for the better and change in ways that can serve its people for generations to come. Thank you.
Allison, I apologize. I didn't realize you worked in Longmont. Thank you. The next five: Cheryl Carter Pierce, Steve Bruns, Polly Christensen, Mary Morphew, and Joe Osborne.
Great.
Thank you. Cheryl Carter?
Good evening. I find it interesting that we were just accused of being...
Can I have your
Oh,
address,
sorry,
please?
210 Judson.
Thank you.
I find it interesting that we were just accused of being supremely selfish, and the same person suggested that he's going to be buried in the ground, when that is incredibly selfish to me, because it's a dead body that's going in the ground, taking up space. So, just for reference. This past year of involvement in the 1313 Spruce Avenue project has taught me many things. The selfless nature of others, the goodness of my neighbors, and the diversity and beauty within the Bond Farm neighborhood. It has also taught me that even though the city pays lip service to wanting neighborhood input, the opposite seems to actually be true. Our citizen group has been derided and shamed by those who should applaud the fact that we actually show up with interest and dedication to making Longmont a great place to live. The farther into the process we went, the more it became obvious that the applicant was not the only party who considered our voices to be just noise, as stated at the last Planning and Zoning meeting. At the August P&Z meeting, Chairman Poland actually stated, "We treat the people doing the presentation with the applicant and with the city differently than we treat the 5 minutes that we give the members of the public to speak." They certainly do. Please consider that the applicant and his presenters and the city staff are all paid or will benefit financially from their participation in this process. As unpaid volunteers, we have worked tirelessly for the general benefit of our neighborhood with a simple request for a seat at the table. We have worked in good faith for over a year, actually believing that we would be able to make a difference through our interest and involvement, nothing more. We were also told by two members of the P&Z that they were disappointed in the neighbors. Commissioner Boone actually stated, "I'm a little upset about the core group that just pushes back and pushes back and pushes back and is not really as open as I would like to have seen for working together." We have an absolute right and obligation to continue to push back against something that we believe to be fundamentally unjust and not in the best interest of the majority of the people in our neighborhood, as through their own expression. And Commissioner Boone also declared about the charrettes, and I want to speak to that because I have utmost respect for Brian Dunbar. I want that to be noted here. And I think he's sincere and in his process to try to get us from point A to point B. I am not convinced that the sincerity on the part of the developer, I'm not convinced of that at this point. Could be wrong, but I'm not convinced. And so I don't like the moving target that,
Thank you,
that
Cheryl.
the project presents.
Steve Bruns.
There have been lots of surprises again tonight. My name is Steve Bruns. I live at 266 Lincoln Street. There's much I'd like to say, but because I have 3 minutes, I'm going to read a prepared speech. Although the applicant's concept plan appears to meet the requirements set forth in the city's municipal code for RMN zoning, the proposed location at 1313 Spruce Avenue does not. I've spent time reviewing the city code that pertains to residential districts, and I've concluded that the Bond Farm neighborhood south of Spruce Avenue should never have been zoned RMN in the first place. I'll cite a few examples that cause me to ask the City Council to please rule against the applicant's concept plan until a determination can be made about appropriate housing density, massing, and scale at this location. City Municipal Code Section 15.03.020 clearly states that RMN districts are, quote, intended to be conveniently located near collector and arterial streets. As you know, such streets are designed to handle higher traffic volumes and public transit. According to City Engineer Carolyn Michael, there are no collector or arterial streets surrounding the proposed development site. All are designated as local streets. The same section of code indicates that RMN districts should be in, quote, close proximity to activity centers and other public amenities, and/or complementary uses and activities such as schools, parks, open space, and public transit, unquote. The Bond Farm property is not located near such activity centers or public amenities, and the nearest transit stop is almost 1 mile away. I know that for a fact because I ride RTD every day to work. I'll cite one more example. Section 15.01.030 states that infill developments should, quote, conserve and enhance the character of the city's older established neighborhoods, unquote. In his popular book, Missing Middle, Daniel Paralek recommends that older historic neighborhoods are best zoned with, quote, a maintenance degree of change that calls for very little change in form and scale. Paralek's short-term maintenance degree of change aligns with our city's stated goal of conserving and enhancing older established neighborhoods such as Bond Farm. I believe that enough questions are being raised tonight that the prudent decision is for you to rule against the applicant's concept plan until those questions are answered in a satisfactory way. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Polly Christensen.
Paula Christensen, 410 Judson Street, Longmont, Colorado. Mayor and members of council. Tonight, each of you will decide individually and as a body the fate of the Bone Farm neighborhood and the surrounding West Side neighborhood, its streets of Sherman, Spruce, Francis, Sunset, and 3rd Avenue. All will be highly impacted by this development as it stands. You can choose to put a condition tonight of no more than 46 units, or you can allow the developer to do as he pleases. Many people are not here tonight. They are exhausted by the number of meetings they have attended, public and private, and they are exhausted by the research they have done and the letters they have written, which have so far fallen on deaf ears. They have seen how council, by 4-3, previously favored a wealthy New York landlord over the vast majority of people in the neighborhood for the 150 Francis annexation and rezoning, with no conditions placed upon future development. They are disgusted by and intimidated by being called noise by the developer, racist, selfish, fearful, obstructionist, and liars by the developer, a convicted felon from Boulder, his cronies, and even members or a member of City Council. You are the ultimate deciders and bear all responsibility. Please do the one thing that could make this a positive development and limit the units to 46. Council should take a hard look at itself and listen to the people whose lives you are supposed to represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Polly. Mary Morphew.
Good evening, Mayor Peck and council members. I'm Mary Morphew, 214 Judson. I know that a number of you are former educators, and so you understand the importance of recess. And as a parent, letting my kids outside to play in the snow or to shoot hoops with the neighbors without having to drive them somewhere was key to both of our mental and physical health. You know, our nation's kids are currently suffering from nature deficit disorder, and one of the many reasons is the changing nature of suburban developments. I know it's no longer practical for homeowners to have single-family homes with yards for a number of reasons, but we need to ensure that kids and adults alike have places to recreate and explore outdoors close to their homes without having to drive somewhere. We need to provide a place for them to put their feet on the earth and to benefit from recess. So when I look at this concept plan, I'm concerned. There's no space, save for an ad hoc play area in a stormwater detention area for kids to be playing. And then there's talk of a daycare down there. Where are these kids going to play? To be clear, the 0.85 acre sliver of land to the west will be a city park someday, as was required in perpetuity from the Bond family when it was annexed from the county to the city. But at a previous zoning and planning meeting, we heard from Parks Manager Steve Ransweiler that it will be at least 5 to 7 years before that park even begins to be planned or funded. There is no other park in the Bond Farm neighborhood, and I sure wouldn't let my little ones or my aging mother cross 3rd Avenue to get to Thompson Park by themselves. I ask you to consider a reduction in the density of this plan by 20% and instead add green space, courtyards, or pocket parks. The adjustment will not greatly alter Longmont's housing needs, but it will make a big difference for the folks who will purchase or rent a home on the Spruce Avenue site. It's time that we prioritize Longmont's youth over the profit margins of its developers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Joe Osborne.
Thank you, council, for having me, or giving me a minute to speak tonight. I'm another resident of Longmont, 151 Judson. And I wanted to add another voice in support of the proposed concept plan amendment for the Bun Farm development. There's no disagreement that we face a shortage of housing, both nationally, locally. We've heard a lot of voices expressing that personally. And I think it's pretty hard to imagine a better scenario than the planners, the community, and the developers actually coming together to get this to where it is. At the last meeting, we saw a slide from Boulder County showing that residents think, what residents think are the most pressing needs we face. The top two were directly tied to housing insecurity. And I've been in Boulder for 20 years, or Boulder County, and moved to Longmont in 2017 to start my family. I hope that this amazing city can continue to be a place where others can do the same. And the Bone Farm development seems to be a small and necessary step toward that, excuse me. I hope to see more like it, to be honest. I think I'd echo Allison earlier that I would shoot for 70 or more because even at that price that we saw wasn't really, the best that we could see. But it is a step in the right direction, and I'm in support. So thank you again for allowing our input this evening, and hope you have a good night.
Thank you. The next five are John Logran, Shaquille Dalal, Dan Sorrells, Paul Danish, and Mike Quick.
Am I going first?
John, yes.
Okay, and we're live?
You are.
Sorry, I don't have enough pictures for everybody. My name is John Lochran, 220 Sherman Street. Thank you for hearing us here tonight. I have a number of comments I just wanted to make on some of the previous statements and some background. One of the things that I did not hear, you've heard a lot about that transition zone on the north side and on the east side of the development, but nobody said anything about the south side. So if you think about those houses that would be 2 stories on the street, on Spruce Street, there are going to be 3 in the back, right? Because the slope is going down. But for those people at the bottom of the hill, they are sitting below grade. They're going to have a 3-story unit with we did talk, I don't know if the rooftop decks are still in the picture, but they're going to have a 3-story building on top of the hill. So that's an impact, and it's not addressed in the transition zone. And interestingly, when people talk about the charrettes, one of the things that transition zone came totally outside of the charrette. When the developer came to P&Z in this room and asked that the date be moved back up, we had an extensive discussion about that, and it was kind of heated, and we were talking about extending it down that east side and down to the south and throughout the development. But that discussion was outside of the charrette. So, I mean, thanks for the people doing the charrette, but I think some credit just comes from the developer, and P&Z requests that they deal with that. I generally wanted to talk about traffic today. I don't have too much time left. 1503020 states that the housing in the RM zoning should be conveniently located near collector and arterial streets. This project does not comply with that, as it would be 3 blocks to Sunset to the west or to Bowen to the east. And also, it's 1 block up to 3rd, and all that traffic would pass through possibly my 28-foot, or Francis, it's 28 feet, and it would pass to the north, that direction. And the developer, or the traffic study says that a total 650 trips per day, 210 would go to the west, 210 would go to the east. It doesn't say about the ones that would go to the north in those undersized streets. A engineer who reviewed the traffic study noted the small streets, but also she talked about parking, and she said that it's expected that there would be extensive on-street overflow and guest parking throughout the existing neighborhood. So I'll just pretty much leave it here, but I took this picture at a new development off of Pike over near Community College. And that development did not allow the trucks and the commercial vehicles or the recreational vehicles to park inside the development. But that's
Thank
not
you, John.
That's not a residential street, that's commercial.
Thank you, John. Shaquille Dalal.
Shaquille Dalal, 219 Francis Street. Mayor and members of council, I appreciate the number of questions about this development, especially from those of you who are running for re-election. I'm glad you are working hard to understand this development, and I hope that you will vote in favor of the concept plan as good for the future of the city. I have found it reassuring that all of you, those of you who are running and those who are not, have acknowledged the crisis of housing scarcity in Longmont. There are simply not enough homes for everyone who would like to live in Longmont, and the result is that at Unity in the Community, Launch Longmont Housing's booth was full of teachers and police officers, home health aides, city employees, and young people and their parents who are being pushed out of this community by the cost of housing. Some of them wind up with no home at all. I know that you know that our community is worse for this. I know that everyone in this community and everyone in this room doesn't want it to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. We choose how many homes get built in the city of Longmont. We choose whether or not a child born and raised in the city can afford to stay as an adult. We choose whether or not Longmont stays a great place to live. As our elected representatives, you have the opportunity to do the right thing for the city, to make an investment in our future. We need more homes, and this is an opportunity to get them. I live in Bond Farm, very close to this project. I attended all of the neighborhood charrettes. As a trustee of the Longmont Community Foundation, I helped raise the money, and I made a personal donation as well. I find the possibility of this development to be a great addition to our neighborhood, and I think it's very exciting. I emphatically believe that compatibility is possible at the number of units the developer is proposing, and I think it could be compatible with even more units, so that more of them could be attainable to valued community members like teachers. Incidentally, one of the conditionally permitted uses is childcare, as live-work. That's something that our city and this neighborhood needs. The best way to take care of people who already live in the neighborhood is to permit development so that we do not turn into a neighborhood composed only of the rich and the elderly. The cost of housing is a choice. Let's choose to lower it.
Thank you, Shaquille. Dan Sorrell.
Good evening. My name is Dan Sorrells, and I live at 328 Grant Street. It's 1,000 feet from the 1313 Spruce. 2 weeks ago, I spoke before you regarding how the lack of attainable housing in Longmont is fundamentally an economic issue. Solutions need rational analysis that address emotional fears. As I stated then, a central part of my day job is in real estate economics. I work for a large real estate investment company. My job is essentially measuring supply and demand and predicting how that influences prices and values. Fundamentally, everybody understands this. If demand exceeds supply, prices go up, and the opposite is true. More supply, prices become more affordable. The law of supply and demand works on this Bond Farm project as well, overly restricting the number of units by limiting supply to 46 instead of 70. The required selling price must rise. As Mark Young and others have illustrated, fewer units means the cost of the infrastructure and site preparation, plus the other soft costs, must be spread across fewer units. That increase in cost gets passed through to each unit. Earlier this year, when I was still involved with the Bond Farm neighborhood group that is actively opposing this project, I did a simple financial analysis that showed the only way this project would pencil out with 46 units would require selling units priced between $900,000 and $1.1 million. And even at that price, I had to assume an aggressive rate of sales to make it work. But as you all know, when prices go up, demand falls. I recently did an analysis of all single-family residential sales in Longmont that sold for over $900,000 since 2019. It's a 56-month period. In the 80501 zip code, the data showed 19 sales over that period. That equates to 1 sale every 3 months, or 4 per year. That means if this project got 100% of the market share, it would still take nearly 10 years to sell out. For this project to offer anything close to attainable housing, the density must be higher. The neighborhood group's concerns can be better addressed through good design and collaboration, not by lowering the number of greatly needed housing units. I urge you to approve this concept plan and help those future Longmonters who want to live in our great community to be able to afford it. Thank you.
Paul Danish.
Paul Danish, 2130 10th Avenue. I moved to Longmont in 2006. I rarely come down to the city council because of my service on the Boulder City Council, and because I didn't feel I really ought to be down here talking until I've lived here long enough that I could begin calling myself a Longmont resident with a straight face. When it comes to, as I sat here and listened to this hearing, an old memory came to mind. When my father moved to Colorado in 1947, he moved to Denver in a street called Ogden Street, and that from Chicago. And I, as a 5-year-old, found the magic thing on that street. It's called a vacant lot. What you're talking about is a vacant lot. You want to do something nice for kids? Don't do anything there. Leave it vacant. Let them explore it and turn into and build their dreams on that place. Just a good play place. The thing that I was most concerned about when I came down here is this project. If you have 70 units on it, it's going to produce, each house is going to produce 6 to 10 trips a day. That's pretty standard stuff. That means you're going to have someplace between 420 and 700 trips a day. Is that going to impact the character of the neighborhood? Of course it is. And it's not going to impact it in a good way. That's an important point to keep in mind, because one of the most important justifications in the zoning of property, any property, is a rezoning of a property, is neighborhood, is the changing character of a neighborhood. You build this, it's going to change the character of that neighborhood. And the developer can come in, who is asking for an upzoning, and say, hey, the character of this neighborhood has changed. Give me a higher density now. And you can argue here for hours about which side of Spruce Street you're on, but I could very easily see a developer say, hey, that's a really great thing they did over there on the south side of the street. I'm going to buy half a dozen units on the north side of the street and say, hey, character of the neighborhood has changed. Let me do the same thing. I don't think that's really what we want as a town. And I don't think that anybody who lives there really wants to see that sort of thing happen. As for the movement of the houses around on the lot, the impact is still there. What you're really doing is rearranging the deck chairs of the Titanic. My advice on this thing is very simple. It can be in 3 words. Don't do it. Buy the property. Keep it open space.
Thank you, Paul.
Everybody who's in that neighborhood will appreciate
Mike
it, and
Quick.
so will the kids.
Mike Quick, 1272 3rd Avenue. I live about 500 feet from Bond Farm. I think it comes down to 3 things, and I'll try to address those tonight. I'm in support of it. I'm in support of the concept plan, and I think that you should vote for it tonight. What I've heard from my time interacting with the zoning commission and the neighbors, it comes down to 3 things. It's about traffic, it's about parking, and it's about compatibility. Parking, I gotta say, they all think that, most of the people think they should be able to park directly in front of their house and have as many cars as they want there. And so that's why you hear the issues around parking. Traffic, if you want to make a left-hand turn off of Sunset, put up stop signs on Spruce. But they don't want stop signs. Why? Noise. When you accelerate from a stop sign, you can't have your windows open because the noise from the cars will bother you. Compatibility, I don't know what you could ask for in terms of trying to get people to come together in the process that has already occurred and trying to work out what the concerns are. No one can tell you what they want. They can tell you what they don't want, but they can't tell you what they want. So everyone can vote no until whenever they choose not to. So I don't think, I really don't think the arguments have a lot of weight. I think you should consider that. It boils down to someone wanting their right for parking and not to be disturbed by having multiple stop signs or multiple traffic stops in their neighborhood. I urge you to vote for it. I think it's a good plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. The next 5, Dan Woods, Ellie Shikara. Thank you. Wolfgang Reitz.
He's not here.
Okay. Doug Jones, Mark Danielson, Charles Schilling. Dan Woods is up.
I'm Dan Woods. I live at 1525 Green Place. I've been in Longmont 35 years. I do love the Bone Farm area. It's a great place. The concern I see, there's a lot of this density talk. We're talking about density. I think we should be talking about volume, and volume meaning traffic volume. Spruce Avenue, as it is really hard to pass. As there's cars parked on the side, you have to wait for somebody to go by. It's a very slow road, and it's narrow, and it just does not, it's not very compatible for more traffic. You look at 70 units, I don't know what the number is going to be, 140 cars, there's going to be a lot more traffic going through there. Plus, if you want to get through on the north-south routes, those roads are so small, so narrow, that it's just not going to work. And in terms of the roads, you know, there's been many times where I get stuck on Vivian or Judson when it's icy. It's just, you can't get up the hill. And I've got a 4-wheel drive, and I can't get up the hill. So, you know, what's that going to do with the steeper roads within the new subdivision and the volume of traffic that has to get out? If you can't get out on Spruce, you have to go out north. You have to go up on one of these small roads, which were designed 100 years ago for a Model T Ford. You know, I mean, they're just not compatible, and the steepness of the slope is just incredible. So the other thing is, in terms of traffic, I assume there's been a traffic study. I don't know if it's available for us to see. I haven't seen any of the traffic cords they put on the road to get the volume of traffic, to figure out, you know, how many cars are going through there and what's the frequency. I haven't seen that. I live there. Is there a traffic study that does that? I don't know. I don't know. And then, as this is kind of an aside thing altogether, but there is a lot of really tall weeds in that development area. And you know, we just saw the Marshall Fire. If that caught on fire, look out. I think that lot should be cut. Those weeds should be cut to the ground. If we had some disaster like this would all be another story. So, and that's all I've got.
Thank you, Dan. Ellie.
Mayor Peck, Councilman, thank you.
Ellie, can you pull that microphone down? Thank you.
Hello. My name is Ellie Sierra, and I live at 328 Sherman. So I'm on the north side of 3rd Avenue. And just about the charrette, nobody, I don't think, on the north side of 3rd knew anything about any of the charrettes, I have to tell you. So I don't know how that happened. Longmont, I would like to know if council could explain the intersection of Envision Longmont with the Bone Farm development. From the website on Envision Longmont, this is what I read. Quote, Longmont is expected to add approximately 24,000 new residents by 2035. And this was developed in 2015 or 16, so I'm wondering where we're at on that scale. There were several objectives that were identified throughout the planning process related to growth. The growth framework attempts to balance the need to accommodate future growth with the need to protect the distinct character and quality of the community. Can you tell me how this proposed development protects the distinct character and quality of life of this community? Why is growth, more is better, always win over the neighborhoods most directly impacted by the development? Al Bartlett, and Professor Emeritus at CU Boulder, was a staunch advocate for smart growth, and he wrote extensively that growth does not pay for itself. We, the taxpayers, with our increasing property taxes, pay the bill. Is this development preserving and enhancing existing diversity and character of Bone Farm neighborhoods? Is this development preserving the environment while promoting sound and robust physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, economic, and artistic health in our community? No one talks about those elements, and they're very, very real for all of us. The gentleman talked about loneliness, right? What makes a community? I have my own personal beliefs from my lived experience about developers whose main objective is financial gain and not the community and neighbors who are impacted. And I didn't hear once tonight from Mark Young, the developer, that the word community, neighborhood, local people, it just didn't come out of his mouth. I just took note of that. But I ask each of you council members who are elected by we the people, if you would live next door with a wall peering into your backyard. Have you listened deeply to the Bone Farm community? Have new creative solutions to housing been explored? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ellie. Doug Jones.
Good evening again, Mayor Peck and council members. Thank you for having me back. My name is Doug Jones. I have lived at 243 Sherman Street for the past 22 years. I have 3 goals for 1313 Spruce Avenue: compatibility in scale, compatibility in design, and most importantly, responsible development that is equitable and benefits all involved. I spoke earlier about fairness to existing homeowners, responsible development, and what I was going to speak about next was having a seat at the table about what is actually built in Longmont and how that process could be achieved. I think infill development and moderate growth is good, and I think that, as the code says, development shall not adversely affect surrounding properties, and in conjunction with Envision Longmont, a concept plan approval must be compatible with the surrounding properties. So to that end, I want to thank city staff and I want to thank Mark for their presentation. And my words tonight expand upon what Brian said about the charrettes and the great effort that went into those. I was a member of all those charrettes. There were actually 4. I feel very deeply about that process, and while I was disturbed, burdened, eager, happy, frustrated during the entire process and how that went down, it still came out to be a good result. And there were good things that came out of that, but more can be done and more has to be done. We still need to be engaged with this process as neighbors. We still need to be talking to the developer and having charrettes like this through the site plan, through any other efforts that are going in front of council. The reason that the co-housing project looked the way it did was because we did not have near enough involvement in that horrific, massive building up there. And during the Zoom meeting, to your point, I was there saying, that thing is horrible. It looks like we're putting a school building right on front of this residential area. It was horrible. Anyway, and another point is that it is not 45 units per acre in there. There's only 46 units on the co-housing development, so that's a fallacy. The thing I wanted to say was during the charrettes, there were things that were not included, and during the Planning and Zoning Committee meeting, there was a lot of things that were agreed to by Mark and agreed to by the charrette process that were not included, that I feel should have been included in that plan. For instance, a 40-foot corridor through the building, as you can see on the proposed site plans that Mark has done. That is a great concept to put into and to embrace the compatibility of Old Town. Those view corridors through to break up the mass of the buildings in the middle. That's another great idea, that concept can be added to your plan. Another thing is to compromise on that density, right? We were adamant about 46. We see from the numbers that maybe that's not real. Maybe we can meet in the middle.
Thank you, Doug. Mark Danielson.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Mark Danielson. I live at 251 Lincoln. With all due respect for their passion and good intent, the advocates for 60, 70, 100 density represent a very tiny percentage of the actual neighborhood. It's important to note that. When we began this process, we brought a petition of 250 neighbors asking for what Doug has just said. We began our request with a 50% increase over the average density, 46 units total, no more than 2 stories in height. We have been consistent in that request, 95% of the neighborhood represented again, and have tried to be respectful and civil and presenting them over the past several months. Unfortunately, we've seen very little in the way of tangible results from our efforts. The commission did require Mark to go 2 stories along Spruce and Grant, which we appreciate. And although he's not committed to it formally in this application, the developer has shown at least a preliminary willingness to go to 65 units, which we also appreciate. I believe you have an opportunity as City Council tonight to help bring a very factious process to a very productive turning point if you're feeling courageous. And I believe it would be the sign of true forward-thinking community leadership. As the core of this Bond Farm neighborhood group, several of us here this evening are persuaded that if you were to require the developer to split the density difference with us, as Doug referenced, you would see our group's vehement opposition melt away. He asks for 65 units, we've asked for 46. If you will require him to meet us in the middle and commit to 55 units, you will have orchestrated a major shift in the dynamic of this process. If you're willing to and able to do that as council, we will accept that as a good faith accommodation to our number one concern. We will in turn commit as leadership core to encourage the neighborhood to come to the table in productive engagement with this ongoing process. The result could truly be a development that represents the best of what cooperative citizens of goodwill can accomplish together. Alternatively, you can continue to give the developer a rubber stamp for his project, and 95% of the neighborhood will continue to feel unseen, unheard, and ignored by the body elected to represent us, and the conflict will rage on. I hope you'll find a way to something better, something visionary and worthy of the title of community leaders. Thank you in advance for your cooperation.
Thank you, Mark. Charles Schilling. Thank you, Charles. The last two, Diane Christ and Amy Lane.
Hello, Diane Christ, 2034 Mount Snaffle Street. I'm actually speaking tonight because in my experience, 30 years living here, I've seen housing prices go up and maybe on 2 or 3 rare occasions, housing prices come down. When you live in a good place, the prices are going to stay high no matter how big the supply is. But I was surprised to find that the expected sales price on the units, and this is from the packet, is $550,000 to $575,000, and that's what was stated in the packet. And also stated that it was 120% of the AMI. So I was glad that Mark Young talked about inclusionary housing, because if you had 70 units, that would be about 8 units that would be inclusionary. The council discussed a few weeks ago the target of an 80% AMI, which would provide 8 units at a sales price of around $360,000 to $385,000, which actually seems eminently more attainable to me. And I read in the goal of launch that the goal is to lower the average cost of a home below $500,000. So there was that psychological price of $499,000, which was also a generous attempt on Mark Young's part. Molly O'Donnell and Harold Dominguez presented some ideas of how to attain attainable housing. And one of the things they talked about was creating incentives for developers, but they felt like they were making this up from scratch. It seems like you have a developer in front of you who has a lot of experience and some knowledge in that arena. And it might be nice to see what would actually make these units attainable at $360,000 or $385,000. And he included the sales price from real estate agents, and that was something I hadn't thought of. I know the council is looking at deregulating or subsidizing or removing regulatory fees to help developers in producing attainable housing. So, what was also discussed at that meeting was the need to have available inventory in inclusionary housing. And just an eyeball on the amount of land that we have left, and following Councilor Waters' comment about a complete build-out and how close we actually are to that, I feel like if we don't enforce inclusionary housing, there will never be enough inventory to do what you need to do. So, if there's less and less land available, then the inclusionary housing would have to go to 15%, which would make it even less affordable for developers. Now, I'd like to see some inclusionary housing.
Thank you, Diane.
From the developer.
Amy.
And thank you.
You're welcome. Amy Lane.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Amy Lane. I live at 1013 Neon Forest Circle. My husband and I moved down to Longmont in 2010 with 2 small children. And we moved from a half-acre lot to Prospect, which is arguably the most dense neighborhood in Longmont. The effect on my children has been immense. They have lifelong friends from the neighborhood that were able to get together. The proximity of the houses together was a dream childhood for them. Not long after I moved to Longmont, the city put out a proposal for a logo and graphics to be built around a campaign of "You Belong in Longmont." Now, from a marketing perspective, I thought this was brilliant. Not only did the alliteration work from Long and Longmont, but it also spoke to the characteristics that I was learning to love about this community. Its openness to new people, supporting neighborhoods and neighbors, a strong business community, and a welcoming to a diversity of people, backgrounds, and ideas. Part of this campaign highlighted this openness, including some of the great things about Longmont and how everyone is welcome. One of the talking points was actually, Longmont is an affordable place to live. My hope is that the current leadership believes that this is more than just a slogan. You belong in Longmont shouldn't mean you belong only if you belong to a particular tax bracket, or you belong if you were lucky enough to buy a house 10, 15, or 20 years ago, or you belong in Longmont, but maybe not here or there, or in a place where anyone might be bothered by change. This is an opportunity for the current city leadership to live up to the ideal of what that motto, "You belong," means, and not just to treat it as just another cheap slogan. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Seeing no one else on the list, I'm going to close the public hearing. And I think we've discussed this enough. Do I have a motion? Councilor McCoy? No, yes. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I think that listening to the developer, thank you, Mr. Young, your input on how many units you think you probably could get in there, and your willingness to work with the neighbors, and taking into account the other folks that have spoken tonight that would like greater density, I think that we should consider option 2 and do this Spruce Avenue concept plan amendment with conditions. And I think the conditions would be to bring it to that 63, so it's set in some sort of stone where the community can say, yeah, this is where we were at. It's better to have it where it's set at some sort of parameter that they are able to identify. I think that that if you're willing to make that happen and you realize that that's where it is, and the community wants to see, there's two factions here in the community that wants to see certain levels here, a compromise needs to be made. And I think the compromise is to come to that 63 units instead of trying to come to 46 or 70. I think what we're trying to do here is somehow split the difference and address several needs at the same time. So I would move that we do this with conditions, and the conditions are that it is 63 units.
Councilor Martin.
Don't we need to wait for a second? At this point, I was not really ready for a motion.
I'll second it, so then we can continue the conversation. I think there is some merit to that.
So Councilor McCoy would like it moved that we approve it, council option 2 with conditions. And state your condition one more time. I don't have that up. There it is. To approve for an ordinance conditionally approving generally located 63 units.
He needs to add the conditions that were already suggested by the staff. I mean, the traffic impact study and.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm willing to accept that, yes.
So the conditions set by the staff?
Set by the staff and the number of units specific.
Okay. Councilor Hidalgo Faring seconded that motion. Now we can discuss it. Councilor Martin.
Well, I'm not going to vote in favor of this motion because, well, I don't have any problem with the suggestions made by the staff. And I do think that it is disappointing and sort of anti-aspirational to try to nail the developer to a cap that he's already admitted he may not be able to exceed. But the goals of the city of Longmont, which were recently reiterated in the last city council retreat, and we recently adopted the requirements, say that we as a city council are committed to more housing, more affordable housing, more attainable housing. It's one of the pillars of our city plan. So it's very hard for me to understand why anyone would try to cap that process and limit creativity for a project where the neighbor, the developer, an outside planner, and a lot of people whose only association with this is their love of our city, have all come together and tried to be creative and improve on the plan. We have a developer, and I have always had reservations about assuming bad things about the people who put roofs over our heads. There's some kind of a feeling that they have hidden stores of money and credit somewhere that don't really exist. In fact, the percentage of them that were bankrupt in 2008, 9, 10 is kind of staggering. If I'd had to go through that, I probably would be in a different business like daycare. So I think that what we really need to do is let the creativity process continue and hope that we can aspire to approve a 70-unit neighborhood that is in fact an improvement on the plans that is the best we can get so far. So let's see how much farther we can go by approving the concept plan as predicted. So I will vote no on this and would like to introduce a new motion if this one fails.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. So I ideally like to look at this through the scope of the code. But first, I would like to ask a question of Mr. Young. It was my understanding that you'd like to leave these chambers tonight with a deal in hand, in concept. Yes.
Yes, I would.
Would the proposed motion on the table of a conditional 63-unit cap be sufficient for you?
Yes, it would.
Then, having been through numerous hearings over the past few weeks on property valuation appeals, sometimes I agree with the settlements that are made and sometimes I don't. But that's not my point. My point being is that it seems to me the council, or at least this motion, has proposed a quote-unquote settlement, and the petitioner is amenable. Therefore, I can support this motion. Although I will state that I am much more aspirational and side much more with folks looking for higher density. Because to me, and I wrote these notes, so not for nothing, I'm going to go through them real quick. To me, compatibility is not so much architectural, it's usage. So we're not talking about putting 400-unit apartment complex, a monolith, or some, someone said with the previous concept plan, the very large frontage of condos with live workspace. To me, that's a much different concept than what we're hearing tonight. I wanted to talk about sustainability, and that includes the less space that's developed in this section is the more green space that needs to be maintained, and the more utility taps and things like that have to go into those things, and that's less sustainable in the long term, and especially at a city level as well. Historic considerations of how the property was utilized 50 years ago does not move us forward as a city. And yes, we were elected to represent the residents of Bond Farm, but we were also elected to represent all of the residents of Longmont. And the housing crisis is not just a Longmont issue. It's not just a Front Range Colorado issue. It's not just a Colorado issue. And so I have to look at it through that lens as well. I feel, as somebody who lives next to multiple apartment complexes in South Longmont, that sometimes traffic fears are a little bit exaggerated. especially if you're not dealing with a commercial area. If you're dealing with residences, people aren't coming in and out quite as exhaustively as they are in commercial areas, even if you do take 6 trips a day. I live in on a very busy street, which also houses the fueling center for the city. It houses the services center for the city. There's a lot of traffic on my street, and it's really still not as bad as one might assume. Envision Longmont is just a guiding document. I know that there's already talks about revisiting key aspects of not just the zoning code, which is the real Bible of what we look through as far as how this all works, because Envision Longmont is a guiding document. The code is really what makes the nuts and bolts happen. And it's the same thing. It's macro versus micro lenses. So the concept plan here is a macro lens. The site plan will be the micro lens. Same thing with Envision Longmont to the code. And so we have to look at these things that, yes, this will be coming back in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission when they have a site plan, or at least it likely will. And when we talk about affordability, yes, I don't think anybody here has argued, at least on the city council side, that this is a capital A affordable housing project. But we know that the simple concept of economics and supply and demand is that more supply satisfies the already greater demand that we have. And so while it may not create affordable housing in this pocket, it might help create affordability at a macro level or the citywide level. And then at the end of the day, the zoning to mixed neighborhood could be irrelevant if Governor Polis has his way. He's talking about getting rid of all single-family residential zoning. And that very well could happen in this cycle. We don't know. But, you know, it's the same kind of hypothetical that I've heard over and over again about a lot of things. But like I said at the beginning, there's a motion on the floor that's amenable to the developer. And so if the developer is happy with it and it satisfies all code requirements, which it does, I'm inclined to vote for it.
Councilor Yarbrough.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Thank you for that detailed comment, Mayor Pro Tem. That was really, really good. What struck me was what Doug was saying, and I really think that, and I believe in having the charrettes throughout the site plan process. I think that's important. I don't know who's going to pay for it, but I'm just saying, I think that that's a really, truly good idea that the community in that area gets to stay involved, those who agree with it and those who don't agree with it, so that you can have your voices heard and your opinions can also be heard, and the developer get to hear what you're saying, and also the staff get to hear what you're saying. That's my opinion. That's what I believe. I would love to see us to continue on with the charrettes throughout this process. As far as, I agree, if the developer said that 63 units is negotiable, and that is what we had many people from Bond Farm. I don't mind the 70 units because of the density, and we know we need that in our community. We know this is just a concept plan, but in order to negotiate and hear people's voices, that's what we're about as city council as well, and also thinking about our future. I know some people said that we're not thinking about the future. We are. We just can't please everybody. We can't say yes to everyone. And I think you all know that. So I myself, I will vote for this. If it's the developer said that he could do the 63 units, and getting into it, if we can continue on with the charrettes with our community members, I would love to vote for that if we can add that to it. Can we add that to it? I don't know, I'm learning. No?
I don't think so.
Not
Not at this point.
But other aspects, other developments we should do that with. Like every time somebody comes in, we should make that happen.
Eugene? Because that's why I messed up last time. I didn't ask Eugene first.
Mayor and Council, Eugene May. The Land Development Code lays out the process for reviewing and processing land use applications. That is not in the code. Then again, I looked at the conditional criteria in the code, and it's basically requires nexus and proportionality. Nexus to the project and the criteria in the code, as well as something that meets the scale of the development proposal. I will tell you, I don't like adding things that other developers don't have to do. That's not real fair. We could look at code changes if that's something that council wants to, but to impose it on a single developer just doesn't really meet the intent of equal application under the code.
We just continue on what they were already doing. But I get it.
They may do that voluntarily
Okay.
with encouragement from council or staff, but I'd be reluctant to make it a condition for a single developer.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Didn't mean to step on your last
did I
sentence.
turn you on?
Yes,
Oh,
my
I'm
light
sorry.
is on. And so, thank you. Would you like to speak first?
I don't know, they're both on.
They're both on.
He's saying it's a choir.
It's a choir.
Sing harmony.
Councilor Martin, I was just scrolling through to see the ones I couldn't see, and I hit it accidentally. But go on. Councilor Martin,
Thank you.
Councilor Hidalgo Faring, and then Councilor Waters.
Okay, I would just like to clarify, I think, that maybe something that the people who like charrettes, which, I mean, I agree, this charrette, this series of charrettes appears to have borne some productive fruit. I like the last concept plan a lot better than I like the current one. But I don't think people are aware that an infinite charrette process is also a force to increase the hot price of housing, because during that time when all of that planning goes on, money is tied up and interest is being paid by the developer. And where does that money come from? It gets paid by the final sale price of the development. So it may sound good, but that should be a limited process. And taking it on and on and on is a way of delaying something that you really don't want to have happen. So yeah, maybe we should put a little more teeth in the current concept of the public meeting and encourage things like that, and maybe even have facilitators, either that work for the city the way we have mediators that work for the city, or budget, contract mediators like the Center for the Built Environment into our planning process, but we should be working to keep it reasonably abbreviated, because otherwise it's a disservice to everyone involved. So, again, I'm not going to vote in favor of anything but the plan as presented. Doesn't mean that I think compromise is necessarily the worst thing, but I wish that we would stand on our hind legs and stand for our principles, which is that this city needs housing, and this city needs lower cost housing. So I just wanted to explain that. I don't have any more arguments to add than that, but it does cost money to delay.
Councilor Hidalgo Faring.
I wanted to thank the developer as well as the residents who came forward with really wanting to find a way to compromise and to work together. That really, it shows that collaborative, we all want what's best for our communities, not just in our immediate, but long-term as well. And, I really got the sense of that as I'm listening to all points of view. and thank you for Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez. I feel like I should have earned a certificate or some PD in planning and zoning because I learned a lot in that short time. So thank you. So, you know, and thank you for asking the question. I was going to ask the question of the developer, is that number something, you know, willing to accept? And as well as to the residents too, is that a compromise that could be amiable? As well as, is there opportunity, you know, as the site plan is getting developed for continued conversation, collaboration, or just even willingness to accept input? You know, I guess what you do with it, you know, you planning and zoning and the planning department, you know, you all are the experts. You know what could be done and can't. But, you know, I just want to make sure that there's still that open line of communication. So yeah, I feel better.
Councilor Waters.
Thanks, Mayor Peck. Glenn, just a quick question for you. I understand what's unfolding here. The number 63 has been offered. The developer has agreed that that would work for him. This is the first time in my tenure as a council member that a council has been in a negotiation session with a developer and set a specific cap on a residential development project. Do you have any concerns about that? And I should ask if Eugene does as well, as a legal matter.
Eugene can go first.
Mayor and Council, Eugene May. So the code provides that you can put conditions that
I understand that. I'm asking
reasonably-
about this condition.
that are reasonably related and are proportional. And I can provide the standard and council applies it.
All right.
And if you believe that it's reasonably related and proportional to the size of the development, then I think it's defensible.
Gene. Glenn, do you have any concerns about setting a specific cap at this stage in the process?
No, and specifically why is because there is a range in the RMN, 8 to 18 units per acre. And I think that is how you reach compatibility. So we're at, I think my quick numbers show like 10 and a half units per acre.
All right. So I may vote for this. I'll do it holding my nose and I'll explain why. You know, for, 6 years almost, I've sat in this room and I've heard night after night after night the expression of worst fears about a whole host of topics. More recently, we've heard about guns and gun regulation, from prairie dogs to, fill in the blank. More recently, we read and hear about worst fears about growth, and it shows up tonight. We've heard also the best hopes from a whole different generation, right? So I heard earlier tonight that we all have deaf ears. And I want to say to the community, none of us have deaf ears. Any one of us up here could make the argument on either side of this issue. So could P&Z. The fact that somebody may not agree does not mean that somebody hasn't listened and can't articulate a position and argue it as strenuously or as enthusiastically as the people on both sides of this issue. So however the vote turns out tonight, some people are going to be happy and some aren't. And I'm guessing 63 is not going to make half of this room happy tonight, because that's not the number they were talking about. But I understand what your intent is, Councilman. I'm not arguing that. You're trying to get us to a resolution that's acceptable. Here's my concern, that for the 6 years I've been here, if I look at this document over here that reflects graphically a conversation that's recurred over and over and over again, and that is about how do we provide housing stock that those who would like to live in Longmont have a chance to purchase. I've heard it from council members who would like to own homes. I've heard it from renters who would like to own homes. And we're about to make a decision that potentially unnecessarily drives up costs. That's the point that Councilmember Martin was making. So if I vote for it, I'm going to hold my nose for that reason. That I feel like if I'm going to walk my talk of 6 years, I'm going to, with a best hope in mind. And by the way, what the charrette process clearly did was intend to bring people together with very different views about growth and find a way to live into a future that reflects the best hopes of both the current residents and those who would like to see a higher number. So good on you, good on the developers for their willingness to participate, and for all the residents who participated. And I wouldn't want anything we all have worse fears. I'm not trying to blame or shame anybody. We walk around with them all the time. And if we're not careful, we can step right into creating them. So acknowledging what they are is as important as the best hopes. But whatever we decide coming out here tonight, what I hope is that everybody who has an interest in this does think about how do we keep working together to create a community that's livable, that is where compatibility is not just about function and usage, but about who we want to be as a community, right? To get past the acrimony and say, okay, once a decision's made, how do we make it work for this generation and the next? So I've said about all I'm going to say. I'll decide in a minute how I'm going to vote. But if I don't vote for this, I want you to know it's not because I don't appreciate the effort to bring us to closure. It'll be on the same principle that I heard from Councilmember Martin in terms of the walk, that I need to walk based on what we've said for the last 6 years.
Councilor McCoy.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez. He laid things out very well, and I hear exactly what Councilmember Waters is saying. The thing is here, in the end, sitting on this side of the dais, sometimes you have to try to figure out some way of coming to yes for everybody and try to come to some sort of consensus. And that's what my goal is, to try to work with the neighborhood and work with those that have more loftier goals than some of the folks in the neighborhood. But I think that in the end here, we're getting close to what is really achievable. And that's where Mr. Young is coming from, I think. And so I think that's why I wanted to make sure that we came to this community consensus and worked with all parties to make sure that they were heard and supported, and that we took advantage of those that spent their time in a charrette to try to discuss these things. That's what good governance is really all about. So I support those that have said what they had to say, and thank you.
So I want to thank everybody in here for all the noise. It was really noisy tonight, so thank you. I'm not going to vote for this for two reasons. First of all, I am concerned about the workforce balance. I didn't get a good answer about will there be retail in this development. The answer was basically maybe, that I will, an individual can ask for it, but that's not what we want. And also, this is not attainable housing. It is, what did you say, 7 affordable, and the rest looks like it is just peaking market value. So that is not what I think we need to be building in our city if we want people to live here. It has to be attainable or affordable. So that is why I'm going to vote against it. So let's vote. We've heard from everyone. Whoops. So that, 1, 2, 3, 4, that passes with Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez, Councilor Yarbrough, Councilor McCoy, Councilor Hidalgo-Faring for, myself, Councilor Martin, and Councilor Waters against. Thank you. Thank everybody in the room. Have a good evening. Marcia, were you going to make another? We are now at final call, public invited to be heard. I'm sorry, wait a minute.
C1, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. So now we are going to go to the item pulled from the consent agenda. It was C1. Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I pulled that not because I don't want to pass it, because I really do want to pass it, but because a resident asked me a question that I felt that the public should hear. And so, what do you prefer, Mr. Golden? You have the email, I have the email. Would you just like to answer the questions and be brief, and then I'll see if I have any further questions? That'd be my preference.
Okay, Mayor Peck, members of council, Jim Golden, Chief Financial Officer. I don't have the email in front of me, but from what I certainly have seen and read, it's a question about the discretion of the city council to be able to change the mill levy, reduce the mill levy, and what conditions might prevent you or allow you to do that. So the way, first thing, what I want to point out about this ordinance tonight is that it's unique compared to prior years. And if you've looked at it, you'll notice that we're not only setting the typical 13.42 mills levy that we use to fund the general fund, but we also have in here some conditional approval of the mill levies that are on the ballot, and that would go into place in 2024 if they were to pass. So what we've done here, though, is there is some discretion actually allowed within those two mill levy approvals, because this is a strange year. We've talked about this year's property tax process being very different than in the past because of the growth in the assessed valuation, the fact that there's a question on the ballot that can have an impact on the amount of the assessed valuation, and there are numerous appeals that we are still also waiting for the outcomes from. So we do not have very strong information as to exactly what our assessed valuation will be. So it also has an impact on those two ballot questions, because we set our mill levy associated with those two questions, actually on all four questions, but since two of them would go into effect immediately in 2024, we set those based on the best information available a few months ago, and in expectation at the worst case scenario, how low could our assessed valuation go. So we have conditional approval here for a mill levy that'll generate a certain amount of dollars, because we think that's all we may need to do COPs to do the funding for the recreation center, do the funding for the library. And so we can lower the mill levy to that amount that would generate, in the case of the rec center, 5.5 million, and in the case of the library, almost $2 million. So that is going to be based on that final assessed valuation data that we receive either in the end of November or the end of December. But there's some discretion in there, okay? And I just wanted to point out that that's what we've built in for those two, and that's why it looks unique. With the 13.42 mills, that mill levy is entirely for funding operations within the general fund. Does not back any bond issues like the other two that we're talking about just now. This has been in place at 13.42 mills since before Tabor, so well over 30 years. It can't be increased without a vote of the citizens. It can be decreased, but if it were to be decreased, it can't be increased back up without a vote of the citizens. So the city council in the past obviously has never taken that discretion to reduce the mill levy because they can't move it back up. Now, having said that, I will point out that there is, from as long as Tabor's been in place, there has been the option of a temporary tax reduction and credit, actually. Temporary tax credit is what it's called. And that was really put into place for entities that needed to have Tabor refunds. And so back in the 90s, when they initially were dealing with their first Tabor refunds, they would use a property tax credit, a reduction against the mill levy. So if we were in that position, it would be 13.42 mills would be levied, but then a reduction of, let's say 1 mill of a temporary tax reduction. So that's allowed within the property tax process, put in place for that purpose. And now in recent years, the legislation has also identified that that can certainly also be used in the case of property tax relief. So I'm not going to, so I'm pointing out to you that you do have that discretion. Then talking about our budget process that we've talked about for the last month and a half, we went through, we have added $6.3 million in the 2024 budget over and above last year's property tax revenue limit, or 2023's property tax revenue amount, from the assessed valuation increases. And $4 million of that is programmed for specific expenditures, and another $2.3 million is left in there for unidentified one-time expenses. That's not that we aren't able to identify needs or that the council couldn't identify needs. We just did not want to go past that $4 million level because we don't want to commit to some amount of revenue that we may not receive once we get that final assessed valuation. So just trying to point out, and I did just, I think last week or the week before, point out that there were 2 scenarios of what we might end up with before the appeals, which I have no better information. Maybe we need to have a discussion, but I have no better information about the amount of appeals that'll be impacting Longmont. But we had $2.3 million that we would think that we would get with before appeals if HH were to fail, and it went down to $1.2 million if HH were to pass. That's over and above the programmed $4 million. So, I mean, you'd have discretion to mess with that, but, again, you have to keep in mind that we do think there are significant needs that could be met with those funds as well.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You bet.
I would like to say, I told my constituent already that I would not ever even think about voting to reduce the main amount here, the main mill levy. But I would like to talk about, if the council did exercise that discretion, because there are people out here who will, now that you've said it's possible, who will think that we should, that what kind of thing could happen if we over-exercised that and caused a budget shortfall? Because the council cannot also, because of Tabor, can't borrow money without voter approval. So a budget shortfall means we have to cut services. Is that not correct? Can you give us some examples of what would happen if there were a real serious shortfall?
Again, what I didn't get into was, I think that's a good point, was that one of the reasons why we would caution about doing this is because we don't know what that assessed valuation will be, and if there even is going to be $1.2 million if HH were to pass. Again, we don't know about the appeals, we don't know about these final assessed valuations. So you're right, you could decide, let's say, to do a temporary tax credit of, I don't know, $500,000 or something like that, and we could get that final assessed valuation, and maybe we don't have enough to even cover the $4 million of expenses of one-time expenses that we budgeted from that property. I'm sorry, it wasn't one time, it was ongoing and a little bit of one time that we were budgeting to use with property tax. I think we would probably not come in and say we need to cut the budget immediately. It would depend on the amount. I don't think we would get to the point where we would put ourselves in a position that we would, I can't imagine the appeals are gonna drop that dramatically that we would, lose too much into that 4 million. But if we did, it would be a matter of looking at how do we end 2024? Do we end in a stronger position than we projected? We could rely on that fund balance to make up for the revenue that doesn't come in. I mean, if it was very significant, you do have reserves for extreme purposes. We've never had to tap them in the past. I doubt that you'd have to do that again in this case, but it's always there if that's a need.
Okay, so what you're saying is you're kind of assuming that the council would not be reckless if it did something like that, but would,
I think to part of your question also, you get into and you look at the needs that weren't funded. I mean, because I'm looking at the level 2 request, not including positions, because I don't have that built into the number. There's more requests in terms of needs related to operational issues that far exceed even if we get that money. The other thing, if you remember, next year's a reappraisal year. So we always talk about holding some of this to help us move into the next reappraisal year. And then after that, or no, it's not a reappraisal year. It's a non-reappraisal year next year. So that automatically reduces the new revenue that we have coming into that off-cycle budget year. And then you move to a reappraisal year. And so if you look at where property values are now, all the uncertainty in the world, if they go down and you do that, then we have a different issue on our hands. So there are so many different issues that are in play that I think you can look now and what's the impact. You can look in the 25 budget what the impact is, and then in 26 what the impact is.
yeah, again, I have no intention of even going to consider something reckless. In fact, my intention is to move adoption of ordinance 2023-54.
So 2023-54 was moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Waters. All those, let's vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. So now we are at final call, public invited to be heard, and I see Lance in the audience. Come on up.
Button. Mayor and council, my name is Lance Whitaker. I live at 1750 Collier Street. I've been a resident now 45 years. There you go. Today's National Day is Angel Food Cake. It's also Cake Decorating Day. We also have Mental Awareness Day. So if you all just take a moment, close your eyes. Now you're mentally aware. It is also National Walk to a Park Day. Hope your park has a fruit tree in it. Thank you, Mayor and Council. You all have a good day.
Lance, that was a perfect way to end. Thank you so much.
You're welcome so much. It's my job is to make people laugh when they're feeling down, so.
All right.
I am glad that I got a laughter out of every one of you.
Thank you.
Especially on such a long day. Thank you.
Now we're at council, mayor and council comments. Councillor Yarbrough. Oh, I guess I turned you both. Can you turn it on again? You can? They both went away. Try it again.
There we go. Thank you, Mayor.
I'm really tired.
I just want to say I'm so appreciative of the council that I work with, and I know sometimes you all probably sit up and say that woman just don't know nothing. But I just want to say I'm really appreciative of you all and to have co-counselors like you all. So I just want to say thank you for that. Nobody's throwing nothing, you know, that's really good. And then I want to also say, because I know he told us this 2 council meetings ago, that today is Council Waters' birthday, so happy birthday.
And
Call you back.
And Janie can watch. So you're on them, Counselor Waters.
Thanks, Mayor Peck, and thank you, Council Member Yarborough. This is really for the rest of you who are going to serve on this council, assuming you're all going to serve on this council. Last night at the PRAB meeting, there was a presentation from a woman whose name I won't remember, but she's with the Thorn Nature Experience, right? Nature for Kids, or Kids in Nature. And I guess this is for staff as well. I've sat in a lot of PRAB meetings, and there's, you know, always interesting conversation. But this may be the most interesting and the most coolest opportunity that's gonna arrive in Longmont over the next couple of years. The Thorn Nature, not Conservancy, the Thorn Nature Group, their outdoor education program, I'm not certain I'm getting the title right, are involved in a project in Lafayette right now. And it's a partnership with the city and other nonprofits, yeah, Nature's Kids, whatever. And that outreach that opportunity is coming to Longmont. And there's external funding that goes with it. I'm not certain how it will show up in a budget. As I listened to it last night, I thought, God, how it would be fun to be part of supporting it. I'll support it as volunteer, right, on the other side of the dais. I think it's one of the great volunteer opportunities coming along. And I guess my appeal to, you know, staff as I exit is that it get resourced in ways that are worthy of the opportunity and how it takes advantage of our open spaces. We heard tonight, and we know Kids in Nature and for all of us in nature is such a profound experience, and for kids in particular who don't get the opportunity, and that's who this population is. It'll be a privilege for you all to support that. I hope it's supported the way it deserves, and I know it'll have the kind of impact. That would be a good one, Harold, as I think about external evaluation. That'd be a great one to bring in an external evaluator to help determine the spectacular effects I would predict that you would find. But I hope it's resourced properly. Thanks.
Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I don't have anything to call the city's attention to, but given what we've talked over at such great lengths this evening, I'd like to draw everyone's attention to the picture on the wall over there. It looks, it's the 2023 council priorities. I referred to them earlier. And it's got every essential thing on it that a city needs to do for its people. And it looks a little bit like a house supported by pillars. To me, it also looks a little bit like a fat rocket ship getting ready to take off. And to me, that symbolizes aspiration. So I'm going to suggest to the staff, just as a personal suggestion, that we have a copy of that picture where the audience can see it. And I'm really kind of hoping that we could get another copy and put it on the back window there of the chambers, because I would like the council to be able to see it for future discussions. So give it some thought. Thanks.
So I want to thank Councilor Waters for bringing that up. I've spoken to the Thorn agent or whatever he was and gave Harold some documentation on it after I talked to him, and I agree with you. It's an incredible program. But I have a request from councilors. Please stop yelling at me during the meeting. Mayor Pro Tem is right here, and he's pretty good at helping me with things, but when everybody's yelling at me, it just rattles me. So please stop. If you see something wrong, what is it? There you go. So, and I thank you, Councilor Waters, for using that term when you want me to do whatever it is you want me to do. So, city manager remarks.
Well, I've got a 15-minute presentation. No comments, Mayor, Council.
Councilor, city attorney.
No comments, Mayor.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn? All those in favor say, yay. Thank you. We're adjourned.